Hello, friends. Welcome to Crazy Town Productions. I'm John,
I'm Patrick.
and if you're joining us, it's because you're one of our buddies. And today we'll be spending some time in the writer's room.
Enjoy.
The writer's room podcast can run a little bit long. They can be a bit scatterbrained, but I think that they're the most fun. It's what I live for. They're the most creative podcasts.
We pitch back and forth.
You get to hear dialogue being created on the spot. You get to see the writing process in action, and when you go to write something of your own or want to pitch something back to us,
Feel free to yell at us when you're angry with us, and make sure to just feel free to join in with us.
right, then that's why you're listening, because we're just hanging out here. We're coming up with ideas for games, movies, different things we're interested in, critiquing things while we go. Sometimes it's notes on podcasts, sometimes it's rough draft passes, but this is the writer's room where creativity reigns, and hopefully we get it right.
Enjoy.
All right, well, this is John,
Patrick White.
and today we're going to be talking a little bit about our take on what we'd like to do with Harry Potter.
Futuristic.
Yeah, it's kind of like a fanfic sort of idea, or sometimes you just spitball things. What would you do with this series that you never have the rights to? What would you do with Marvel? What would you do with, I don't know, I read Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter, and it made me want to write, I don't know, Teddy Roosevelt Dinosaur Hunter, or something like that.
Right.
So, there's a lot of Harry Potter movies, comes up a lot. The Cursed Child was very short and weird, and from a writing point of view, made you want to poke a lot of holes in it and then go, all right, what would I have done differently? Probably not relied on a time turner the whole damn time.
Yeah. That was a little bit ridiculous.
Right. So there's a really good show called Doctor Strange and
Mr. Noir.
And I would recommend it to anybody who is kind of into a good show about magic. There's another show called The Magicians, which pretty much doesn't hold a candle to it, I'd say. Yeah, screw that show. So, after noodling around a bit, we ended up with something akin to the Wandmaker Strange of the Wizarding World of
Harry Potter.
Right. And, so, I don't know.
So, I'll start it off real quick, I guess, with the Wandmaker guy. So the Wandmaker guy, or Wandmaker Strange is his name.
Yeah, Strange, there's the Blacks, Sirius Black, Bellatrix Lestrange, right? So we kind of liked the middle name Strange from, he's like the defense guy during the 60s, Secretary of Defense. Anyway, his middle name was Strange, McNamara.
Yes.
And so I thought that was a good last name for a wizard, and then we thought, oh yeah, that's right, Bellatrix Lestrange. So yeah.
Still, it's good for us to at least have some type of name for him to call for the moment.
So, so he's like this emo dude, right?
Yeah, he's like an emo dude.
He looks emo. He looks
emo.
Like the black hair.
Correct.
And then instead of a crew of 3, there's a
crew of 4.
It's a crew of 4, and basically, it's the love triangle. Harry Potter's. There's Hermione Granger, who probably should have ended up with Harry, because opposites attract. Yeah, but Hermione's doomed to a dysfunctional relationship
With Ron.
Right.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. That's not gonna
go well.
So anyway, you get double your bang if you have four characters. We ended up with 2 boys, 2 girls, and then actually you have the chance of doing double love triangle that way, because people can switch their romantic interest, and you get a little bit of play with that.
Yeah,
we can you get a character arc. We got a character arc out of that where they start out with their opposites, but
Then they end up with
probably who they should end up with. I guess that was it. And,
except they end up having like a school dance, same type of deal as like Chamber of Secrets or whatever.
Right, and you were reading all the different schools at the time. The
Ilvermorny,
the
Japanese school.
Right. And
I had them written down.
Right, but she had like nothing for that crap. She had,
she didn't.
It was so light.
It was
so light.
The only one that really had anything was Ilvermorny, and the only thing I really got out of the Ilvermorny school, as far as notes and what to.
It's the school from Ichabod Crane or something like that, just like continued basically in the mountains somewhere.
And I liked their house elves. They have like a different type of house elf.
Yeah.
And so I liked that. Yeah, I thought that was neat.
Yeah.
They're like snobby dwarves that stick around because you're nice to them. Like they could walk off at any moment on strike, and they don't. That's the type of deal at Ilvermorny.
I did want to say real quick that this is one of the recordings that I actually think are the better ones if we come up with stuff, because sometimes we go through things. It's a story that we have constructed, and we're just trying to get all the way through it from beginning to end. That's kind of like a rough draft sort of thing. This one's more like half just recap on notes that are floating around in our heads and on bits of piece of paper, but also gives us a chance to like come up with stuff on the spots,
and hash it out.
Right, which is much more fun, I think. Anyway, so
yeah.
We have our 4 characters.
Yeah, we have our 4 characters.
There's the okay. So we there was all the different schools. There was a couple schools that we liked the idea of. We liked the idea of like a Tibetan school.
Yes.
We got into like what kind of schools would you come up? What kind of schools would you come up with? And
one of them is a Tibetan
feel free to pause
school.
and think about it. But here's what we got.
Yeah, we have a Tibetan prophecy school.
Which
I actually wrote it down wrong in my notes, so I'm going to change that.
The prophecy school, I thought the prophecy school was kind of interesting because you just I know we had a thing where you didn't get in through the front door. It was very Chinese Forbidden City, and you had to stand outside the door for a while, and you just had to like sit there and wait to get in, like Doctor Strange or something like that, and then eventually the doorman who's
job it is to let you in.
He actually like you'll end up with his job eventually. But all right, our main character, we wanted to see all these different schools, so we sent our main character to a bunch of different schools. That happens, some kids go from like boarding school to boarding school to boarding school.
Right.
They troublesome. Sometimes they get bullied.
Sometimes they're too smart.
Yeah, right. They don't, sometimes you can go through everything your school has to offer real quick, or at least, if you're in the magic world, wouldn't you want to check out like all these different types of magic education?
And that's what he wants to do.
Right, because that's what we want to do, man. We want to go to all these different magic schools. So we're gonna go to all these different magic schools, and we have to have at least one dude that's able to do this, and Patrick was pretty disappointed that we didn't get to spend more time with Victor Crumb's school.
Yes, I loved the idea of a pirate ship school, because who the heck doesn't want a pirate ship school?
Right.
And like it floats. You don't know where the island the school is on, but you know that they have a pirate ship, and you know they have like some floating, moving island school.
Right.
So, like, I think that's the coolest thing ever, personally. And so that's why it's my favorite school.
But also, who wants to, like, we don't want to spend any time with, whatever that idiot headmaster was before, the one that went down, the Death Eater. Yeah, screw that guy. So no.
So we went with Crumb.
Yeah, Crumb's got to be the headmaster now. So Crumb's got to be the headmaster. Our main character gets to go to that school at some point. We decided he picked up a buddy at that school, which was Crumb's son. And our guy's a scientist. Our main character, he's like this, wears a lot of black clothing, has scraggly black hair. Basically Snape. We like Snape's cool.
Yes. And at every turn,
Alan Rickman.
Yeah.
Guy's awesome.
And at every turn, not at every turn, but he he just looks suspicious.
Yeah, right.
Like, kind of on a... And he makes shady deals that look suspicious. And when you go to ask him about it, you might not get an answer, making it even more suspicious. But it's just because that character,
Right. Well,
is
Snape looks suspicious.
Yeah, it's kind of trying to be that way, you know.
And Snape's badass at potions, and you guys know the Harry Potter world too, probably. So you know that there's no wand makers left. The wand makers are smoked. There's the one guy began with a G. Is it Grindelwald?
No,
Oh,
it's not
God.
Grindelwald.
Anyway, Voldemort takes him out in some attic somewhere, and then there's the older gentleman who's in the room outside the beach where they buried Dobby. I can't remember. Ollivander.
Yes, Ollivander.
So that's like two major hits.
Wand makers.
It doesn't seem like there's a lot of wand makers out there. Okay, so there's a niche, and
we're trying to fulfill that niche with this character.
Right. So from a writing perspective, we want to build a little bit on the wands, and then in Doctor Strange and Mr. Norrell, I always forget which is which. Mr. Norrell's just the dude who's like the excellent natural wizard, and then Doctor Strange is the kind of jerky professor who just reads the books. It's vice versa.
No, it's I believe you're right. I believe Doctor Strange is the
guy with the degree.
The guy with the degree that's kind of snooty.
All right, so we like the idea of Mr. Norrell. He's a natural wizard. So this guy, the guy that our main character, do we have a name for him?
Strange.
Yeah, Strange. So Strange is going to be a bit of Mr. Norrell, and Mr. Norrell was kind of like a Snape guy. He was into checking out all these different potions and the actual being a machinist of magic. He
wants to know as much as he can, and he wants to bring it back. There's lots of could you or I offhand, any regular wizard offhand, make the elixir of life?
Right.
The stone. What's it called?
Right. The Philosopher's Stone, not the Sorcerer's Stone. It's the
Philosopher's Stone. Right. So his whole deal is basically every wizard should be able to offhandedly make that. Like, why? If they can do it, why can't we?
Well, this guy's definitely going to.
Right.
So
he wants notes available.
So wands are cool. All right. So you look up Harry Potter, you find the different cores. I think Gandalf, his staff is made out of an ash tree, which makes sense because if you ever see an ash tree, like the first two branches begin where all the other trees start to top out, and then the thing goes on, and it's like, oh my god, that's a tree. So we thought an ash at first might be a nice outside-y wood sort of deal. Although there's lots of other interesting things.
There's cedar. I know is one.
No, I'm talking about bone or
all
kinds of fun stuff.
There's definitely other fun stuff.
Like a unicorn horn. Not as a core, but
as the actual wand.
And
we had staffs.
And that's kind of similar to the founder of the new Ilvermore School's wand that she passed out to the two kids anyway.
Yeah.
It's like a water dragon horn, some sort of Tiamat horn, something like that. Sorry about that, folks. So he's a scientist, and the first core we thought was cool was a Dementor core.
Yeah,
the Dementors, the spooky. Yeah, right. So what you got to do, which is where this kid becomes creepy and maybe seemingly shady.
Yeah,
is all right. So there's the idea of a Dementor core. Okay, we got to make that happen. So
you have to sneak into Azkaban.
Right. So you got to go to the Azkaban. Not only that, but you have to corner a couple Dementors.
Right.
You have to corner them, and then shoot a Patronus
up into the corner and actually cut off a piece of their while they're suspended from the Patronus.
Right. You got to grab the Vorpal blade from
Alice.
From Alice, you got to grab the Vorpal blade, and then you can slice off a piece of the
Dementor's cloak.
And if you remember the Dementor's cloak, the Dementors, they suck the life out of you.
right?
And so this sucks the magic out of any spell that's coming at you.
Right.
So it absorbs it.
Right. Right. So most wands have a core that's all about casting, right? And so you have to, somehow Luke has the two lightsabers. He's got the green one and he's got the red one. Now the red one's like a dark one, you know. So the wand maker probably has more than one wand, and this is the equivalent of like, you know, his dark wand. Right?
Yes.
And so yeah, so in order to get into Azkaban, you gotta get like special permission. And then you're probably not going to be telling people what you're doing.
Right.
You're just getting research permission, you know, and it's probably supervised. And then they watch this, you know, they see him do it, you know, and, you know, it's like, what are you going to do with that? And it's like, nothing. It's just research. All right, bye. You know, and now, you know.
Now he's got a Dementor, a piece of a Dementor.
A piece of Dementor. Now, how you get the piece of Dementor to a wand, I don't know. I'm pretty sure you're gonna have to like get it to float in a bubble.
Yeah.
You know, or you know, like that waterfall that, you know, Dolores Umbridge was using to keep the Dementors on the ceiling at bay. You know.
Yeah.
She had her little Patronus cat there, and it was just like exuding this upwards. You know, but like now you gotta like turn it into a bubble or something like that. So, you know, or I don't know. I'd like to say use your wand to somehow absorb it and keep it, you know, magically contained for a while and then have it spit back out or something like that. But actually, that would be the point of the Dementor wand. So, like when Voldemort and Harry Potter, they both faced off. It was the red,
the red versus the green.
Right. And because they were twins or whatever, they had trouble with each other. And then they started spitting out the last spell that was cast.
Yes,
and it's, you know, they started just hemorrhaging it. So
technically, this one remembers every spell it's sucked up.
Right. Well, it would. Yeah. No joke. But it would. Instead of hemorrhaging every spell it cast, it would hemorrhage every spell that it sucked up. So essentially, it's the wand itself would essentially be Snape's ability to, I guess, legimens, I guess they call it. But you know, he reads your mind at a distance. You go to cast a spell, and he turns around, and he's already on it with the anti-spell, and he's quick like quiet. So he casts that anti-spell, which casts the spell, you know, blocks yours before you even cast it.
Well, he doesn't even have to cast the anti-spell.
Right. This guy's got an auto, not even wall, not even shield. He's got an auto spell absorb, you know, because it's got the Dementor's core in it.
Yeah.
You know?
And that's just what it does.
Right, that's what it does. And, you know, so that's the beginning of the road of him tinkering.
With wands.
His buddy. We mentioned his buddy. So, yeah, we wanted to play with Crumb. Wanted to make Crumb the headmaster of the school.
And we wanted his son to, like, be a buddy of his. And his son is, well, we don't have a name for him yet. So far, it's just kind of the nerdy Crumb.
But he's not skinny. Because,
yeah, he's not skinny at all.
So you have to do the Amos and Andy dynamic duo thing. So, and also, this is Crumb's kid. So if our one kid is going to be kind of like Mr. Norrell, he's got to be high blood-ish. You know, natural wizard. Natural wizards in this world tend to be high blood-ish, but that's not necessarily the case. But to keep in mind, his last name is Strange. He's got to be related to the Lestrange. Therefore, by backwards logic, he's like some sort of wizarding noble deal guy.
Right.
And then his buddy
is Crumb's kid.
Is Crumb's kid, and he probably spends a lot of time at called
in the school itself, and in his house.
Yeah, we were thinking he's you know
on the island, the moving island.
We were thinking it's a kind of thing where he, you know, might probably end up at Crumb's table for breakfast. You know, front of the headmaster's kid, essentially. Yeah.
And he's always hanging out with the headmaster's kid at the headmaster's house.
So if our kid is kind of like a you know, mechanic minded, you know, and he's gonna be, you know, strange, so he's gonna, you know, black clothes, sort of, you know, emote out. You
and
know,
the other one's like Tommy Hilfigered.
Right. Well, yeah. Like, so you got to do the Amos. So if the one guy's gonna be skinny, then obviously Crumb's kid's gonna be a brick shit house.
and then you gotta think, well, all right, he's a brick shit house, but we didn't want to get anywhere close to Harry Potter and the Cursed Child. It was, you got to stay away from the dynamic that was going on there.
Yeah, you really don't want to go into that. But you do want to go into the fact that the basic deal with him is that he's a fumbler. He's a fumbler.
All right, so if you're Crumb, if you're Victor Crumb, right, and you have a kid, you're the jock of all jocks, right? So you're gonna give your kid, vitamins and protein powder every morning, right? But this is a magic house. So Victor Crumb's kid
gets like Hercules serum.
Right. Hercule grow just like a spoonful or two, like, but in his cereal, like every day, like the dad sneaks in
every day some type of weird drug,
right?
slash
magic. Like the kid goes to bed at night. All right, son, you have a nice day. Oh my God, I'm so tired from all the football practice, the Quidditch practice, all the different practices you made me do. And that's when Victor starts casting like all these weird spells,
on his kid in his sleep.
Right. But if you do that, there's gonna be a cost. You can't just
up your kid with everything.
Right. You can't just have Hercules juice, like every morning. You're
gonna be uncoordinated.
Right. That's the deal. Like if you're a brick shithouse and super strong and dense, unbreakable bones, because that's what Crumb would do to his kid.
Yeah.
Then where's the cost gonna be? And we were like, well, he'd be an idiot.
Yeah. But it's not. He's actually extremely intelligent.
Right, because an idiot wouldn't get along with like some sort of essentially the other guy is Iron Man.
Tony Stark.
Right, he's like a uber young Tony Stark, but very determined.
Yeah.
Like he went into a room where there were Dementors, and we're like, well, okay, I'm gonna cut off a piece. Would you do that? Would you do that? I'm gonna. That's not my A game. Anyway.
So he's application.
It's not my plan.
And mechanics. Whereas the other guy, he's book smart.
Right. So
Crumb, of course, has the collection of, how he's the headmaster.
So every generation, like your parents are like this, and you turn out like the opposite. Along the same veins, but there's a flip somewhere. So Crumb might not mind being the big jock type guy,
Right.
But he's gonna be an embarrassment some way to his dad. We're all flipping failures, man. We're all failures. We're all better than our parents, and we're all worse. Somehow, with some sort of disappointment. And rather than making him dumb, because that's like that paints him into a box. So it's kind of cooler to make him Hermione Granger.
Yeah.
He's Hermione Granger, and it's more interesting if Hermione knows this. Like, fuck all.
Yeah, she knows all this type of...
Right. So it would be kind of more cool if somehow, I'm not quite... Do you remember how we got at the deal where he's like, he's the kind of kid who plays football because he's got the big body, but he's got like 3 textbooks in his backpack every night. He's gone through the chemistry book.
Yeah.
He read most of it on day one, and somehow we figured it probably... If the other kid's going to talk about like technicalities of magic, then Crumb's kid could be like some sort of history of magic buff, and because that at least gives him a lot to talk about, and
it allows him to analyze. Well, they did this and what
right,
and so it helps the one guy be like, oh no shit, maybe I should research. It helps him.
And on top of that, there's the great chain of reading, and if your characters know things if your characters know things that you don't know but reference it anyway, then it gives the simulacra of a larger world. I'm sorry,
of a bigger world.
Correct. Yeah. So just by having a dude who like can say like some fun history stuff and point out that there's already precedents, it shows that there's deeper connections, and it makes you kind of want to
You know, I mean, it makes you want to pick up a magic history book, and you know, picking up a history book's not really high on most people's list, but that could be kind of cool, you know, and it's cool to Crumb's kid, and you know, so during breakfast, while he's like, you know, trying to dose him with this and that and cast spells on him, the man's got his nose in a book, you know, and Crumb's all like, "All right, son, catch this spoon,"
and
you know,
he's not gonna do it
because he's got big fat hands that, you know, he's got
are uncoordinated and clumsy,
Right,
and change like every night.
right. And if you're constantly, it's like what Data said, you know, my body depends on certain, you know, schematics that don't vary. I couldn't imagine, you know, growing and changing every day. Right? So that's what's going on with this kid. And every day, Crumb's probably upping him up just a little bit, just a little bit. So if you go like 5 or 6 days, you know, and, you know, it's like somehow like a 0.5%, like, you know, 5% a week, Crumb's trying to up him on a non-vacation week, you know, on a meat and potatoes, here's your vitamins kind of day.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you're going to reach out, go to grab your, you know, glass of milk and, you know,
Smash it.
Smash it, right. So this is our buddy. I kind of picture him, I don't know, wearing like some sort of Gryffindor red deal with like gold trim and, you know, some whatever Crumb's got. I think Crumb's red and silver. They like their metal.
Yeah, they like their metal.
Mm-hmm.
Their metal look.
Right. Maybe some like wood tones in there somewhere.
Okay.
And by wood tones, you know, like his hair matches his boots, kind of a deal.
And he's very rich.
Yeah, he'd have some money. He's got that.
Oh, that was another thing. We don't have to deal with the restricted section in this hit because, like you do in like Harry Potter and whatnot.
Yeah,
we don't have to deal with
the on that real quick.
Yeah, it's Crumb's library. He's always at Crumb's house, so he always has instant access to the headmaster's library.
Nice.
You know what I mean?
Nice.
So he has even more access than the restricted section, really.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
You want to talk about bow bottoms for a second?
Yeah, that was going to be.
Or should I finish up the? I should finish up the Tibetan school.
Thank you.
And I don't know where it goes, but it has something. Okay, so in movie number 5, yes. Anyway, beautiful, who I'm in love with. Is it Luna Lovegood?
What do you like? Yeah, Luna Lovegood.
Yeah, I know, but I'm wondering who does the big Protego spell that smokes. Is that Ginny? It's Luna or Ginny? All the spells are smoke. Not spells. Prophecies.
Oh, I think that was Luna.
Was it?
Yeah.
Because I know that Ginny did the really good Protego inside the Room of Requirement.
I still think it was.
This is different for me because we're like hashing over all J.K. Rowling's names.
Yeah, I know.
And I feel like I don't know. I feel like I'm playing with like a bunch of like colorful bubbles or something like that. They're like kids bubbles or something. I don't know. Okay, so stuck outside the Tibetan school. And keeping in mind that all the prophecies are done. Okay, so that's an issue.
Yeah, there's no prophecies because they all got smoked in that one movie.
Right, and we know that monks in Tibet like to sit and mutter, or not mutter, but meditate. Wow, mutter. Meditate. But our guys are muttering.
Yes, our guys are muttering the whole time, and
they're muttering there's a dude up at the top. And it's one guy, and it's very much the room from Hero.
Yeah.
And everybody is
writing in the sand.
Right. They're practicing their calligraphy, or so it seems. But what they're actually doing is the dude up at the top isn't writing. He's got his eyes rolled back in his head, sitting in a cushion, and that's your master of the school. And the master's so this is the prophecy school.
Yeah.
It's the divination school.
Yes. It's divination.
And keep in mind that there's a lot of ghosts in Harry Potter.
Yeah.
There's a lot of ghosts, and I still feel bad for Sybil Trelawney. If Harry Potter had... give me a second. If Harry Potter had mentioned to Dumbledore or Sybil Trelawney that she had taken a moment to... and make this weird prophecy to Harry, so that would have changed Sybil's life. She had one prophecy. Her whole career was based on it. It was in that hall. Harry dropped it on the ground, smashed into smoke. It had to do with him and Voldemort, and, you know... Only one can live.
Right.
And
anyway, that was her whole claim to fame, and she at least had one more prophecy that she busted out years later. 30 years later. That's a big deal for the flaky divination teacher that only Dumbledore has faith in.
Right.
Thanks, Harry Potter. Good communication there. Good, Harry. Way to go. Couldn't have written that down on a note. Hey, Professor, look at this funny note I wrote. No, just nothing. Just you're the chosen one, but nobody else is. Anyway, got mad there.
Yeah.
Where was I before that? Oh, so you have the room full of. You should have just
a room full of.
You should just smack me around and shut me up.
Sorry, I'm trying to let you get through your thing.
Oh, who cares?
All right. Well, I've been trying to let you get.
I'm
through
not
your
special.
thing.
Beat me up. I don't care.
Yeah, I've tried to say a couple of things.
Well, fine.
But
Too slow. So there's a room full. There's a room full. Are you gonna let me do it?
Yes, I'm
Fine. There's a room full of dudes. They're all writing in the in
Cyrillic.
Chinese, Tibetan.
Yeah.
I don't. They're
Tibetan.
They're writing on scrolls, and they're writing down the prophecy that the dude up at the top
is saying.
Right, and he's talking in tongues. Maybe sometimes he's switching between several different prophecies at the same time. And anyway, rapid fire. All these guys are writing it down because these prophecies are going to have to go out.
Yes.
Other people are going to need more prophecies. This is an issue. And maybe the spirits know it or whatever, but this guy's definitely pumping it out.
And it's our guys' job to read it and catalog it.
Right.
So he has to, all those students giving him all those different papers, he has to read every single one of them
and
catalog.
Right.
And that was like his job. It's like his summer internship or something.
Right. So he's got that school. He's got Crumb School. And Crumb School is interesting because our main character develops a relationship with not only Crumb the headmaster, but the paintings, photographs.
Yeah.
The portraits. The portraits of previous headmasters.
Yes.
And he develops a relationship with Karkaroff.
Karkaroff, yes.
The gentleman who ran the school previously. And that I mean, I believe it was Karkaroff that ends up getting him into the to be able to do the Dementors.
Yeah, I think it is.
Karkaroff's into wands, And
Karkaroff's into weird stuff too,
Right. So it's very easy where he goes to Crumb's. Our main guy goes to Crumb's school and ends up in Crumb's office for a little bit, like Harry did, and Harry met Fox and kind of
did their deal.
Right. So this guy ends up
in Crumb's office talking to Karkaroff the same way.
Right. And tells him his interests, and Karkaroff's kind of offish at first, but he's one of the major wand makers, and so our guy,
and he really helps him out a lot. And it's weird that he helps him out a lot because you're always unsure if Karkaroff's still evil or not. You know what I mean?
Karkaroff's a bit dark. He's a bit of a Rasputin type of guy.
Right.
But what's funnier is that, minus the beard with the chunks in it, our guy is a Rasputin sort of a dude. He's like Kid Rasputin.
Right.
I mean, that's the way I picture him. Kind of picture him wearing Lulu's outfit from Final Fantasy X. It's kind of dress-like, but that's the way people dress in Harry Potter,
Harry Potter dresses like that. They all dress badly.
Right? I think at least this guy would, a little bit tighter, he's got tight pants.
Okay.
And tight long sleeve shirt, maybe some sort of thing where you're wearing he wears
You might wear the sweaters that they have in Harry Potter.
I'm gonna make him so emo. I should just stop because I'll give him the ring with the mesh that connects to it that goes to a vambrace that goes to his.
Yeah, we don't need to go with that.
Well, that's just me. I don't know. Whatever. I like the pictures go too far with these.
And then we.
But it does paint a character.
Then we go to books bottoms.
But actually, you're right. That is too far because that exact same look
goes to the goth.
There's the heavyset girl that ends up in the group. And she literally goes too far with that look. She has that look, the
goth look,
right? The black boots with the pink lipstick and
yes,
the frou-frou dress that's
the greaser look.
Well, the girl greaser look,
Yeah.
but then like with the black choker that's got spikes,
Yeah.
dark eyeshadow.
And then
But she's the monster hunter.
she's the
book.
monster hunter.
The book Hagrid has. She's Hagrid.
Yeah.
So
She's our version of Hagrid.
so far we got like Kid Snape. We've got Kid
Hermione.
Kid Hermione. And who's the dude?
And then we switched it up for the girls. We made the girls instead of like the titular. We don't have Ron. Instead of doing Ron, we got the magical creatures girl. So we got a Hagrid.
Right, and yeah, I felt she took a pretty fun goof place, and to a certain degree, she doesn't have to be the goth. She could be, I don't know.
I like her as the goth.
There was a point where we were talking about her being kind of hippie-ish, the big brown pants, with the huge.
Yeah, we were
pockets,
in trouser.
Right, the cargo pockets that could fit bones and stuff.
Yeah, we were.
Yeah, we were talking about that. You know what? And now that we mentioned that, I wouldn't mind her having a divination kind of a
Deal.
Yeah, why wouldn't she have a couple staves and bones in her pockets? That sounds kind of like weird in Monster Girl, a girl who likes the monster book wouldn't mind having like some dry bones in her pocket. That sounds about right.
Yeah, and she would have
We'll have to work with that, man. The whole backgammon board thing that the English used to use. Not bad.
and anything that like.
Wasn't she an American?
Yeah, she was.
Okay, she's the one American.
She's the one American out of the group.
Sorry, I keep interrupting you, but
No, you're fine. You're fine. Because I want to make sure we get everything in here though too.
Yeah.
So she is. She's the only American, and I believe she comes in. Mainly. Oh, she comes in through the school, and the schools make a pact.
What now?
We had talked about a different not chamber of secrets. What's the
I
fourth
got you.
one?
The requirement. Oh, the Goblet of Fire.
Yeah, we had talked about having our own Goblet of Fire, but with the other schools.
Okay.
So, like, if the London schools have their own, then the other schools should have theirs.
We definitely talked about a dance.
Yeah, we definitely talked about a dance.
Or,
I have it right here.
I
It
think-
says Model UN for rivals and other teams. And I think that was what that was going
I
on.
think we were building toward, some sort of.
I was just making sure to throw
I think that was kind of like an end game, like once
Okay.
once this kid had hit up like all these different
all
schools.
the different schools.
Right. It becomes a kind of a the beginning of a look, man. Just because you live over here doesn't mean that because you live in America doesn't mean that all magical creatures should be wiped off the earth.
Right.
And there needs to be a little bit more cross-cultural communication than that, because obviously this is not how we do things in England, and there's a very large difference of opinion here. One's very right, one's very wrong.
Right. But I was just throwing that in there because I was trying to find out where he meets the goth magical girl.
The
Magical creatures.
I'm
chick.
starting to think she has dreadlocks now.
My problem is just where does he?
I feel like she has dreadlocks now.
I guess she would be like.
Baggy
I guess that's just the third school is Illinois. Or
a rainbow dreadlock in her hair.
I'm just not sure how she fits in, but we know she does. We know she does. We know she goes to the dance.
Well, and plus it wouldn't be the same Ilvermorny, because this would essentially be like a generation. So it's
At least a generation.
So it is like Harry Potter and the Cursed Child times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's past that, and then we actually have it so that the magical community uses technology.
Yeah. Okay. Or at least when the kids go home, and they're like, and other kids are like, so what'd you do in your boarding school? Nothing at all. Nothing. All right. So what did you think of what did you think of Encyclopedia Brown? And what's an encyclopedia?
Right. They have to have tablets just to keep. Sorry, they have to have tablets just to keep up.
Right. So these kids aren't going to know what a tablet is. They're not. They spend most of their year completely isolated. They don't know what squat is. So the chances of, you know, Professor McGonagall knowing how to manipulate an iPhone are like 0, 0, 0. You know, but there's phones now. There's phones now, and there's magic, and the wizards are gonna look at the phones and go, you know, this looks very similar to some sort of magical thing. How did the Muggles get this? You know, and older folks aren't going to know what to do with it, but younger magical kids, there's not spells to deal with this.
Right.
You know?
These are all new spells they're making.
Yeah,
to deal with technology.
Exactly. So, all right. So before we get to that, I think we should talk about the Bobottins girl because she's kind of where we got to the phones thing. All right. So.
So real quick before we go on to Bobottoms, I wanted to mention that Crumb's school in my head, as I said, it's like an island, and to me it's you know lots of trees on the outside, you know, covering it.
Moscow is sided on 3 sides by forest.
Right, so it's Moscow the island.
Or
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of the way.
Yeah, and I always picture it as a castle, you know, and a good way to ingratiate your way to not Crumb, but the Karkaroff, the skinny guy, you know, is to do very old school Russian formal postures, gestures,
presentation,
approach, one hand behind the back. Or, you know, that's maybe American, but that's, you know, how I stand when I'm being respectful. You know, very slow, looking them in the eye, one pace at a time. Sir, you know, good way to get along with Kakarov right out. You know,
right off the bat.
Right, Kakarov's like, I like this guy. You know, I
like the cut of his jib.
Yeah, I like the cut of this guy's jib. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the way he kind of is too. He's a little anal, that our main character.
Yeah, or has the capacity to be.
He has the capacity to be
right. Where if his buddy was in the room, you know, some sort of Ron Weasley moment. Well, film Ron Weasley. You know, some dish gets knocked over, but you know, you wouldn't have that during this moment, you know, because this is the way. This is his first day at school. Your first day at school. You're coming in 2 weeks late because you were
sent from a different school,
right, to Tibetan school. You know, that's where you were at during the summer because this kid's he
doesn't go home during.
He doesn't go home. There's no home.
There's a home, but there's nobody there. I think. You know,
I think
because he's rich.
Right.
He is rich, but there's nobody waiting for him at home.
This kid's the Batman of the magical world.
Yeah, exactly.
Because Bruce Wayne had a lot of really interesting teachers as a kid. You know, picked up a lot of really cool knowledge. And so that's where this kid's at, and also Harry, you know, we like the orphan thing.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Why break the good?
Why break the cycle? You know, and orphans have a tough time. You know, poor guys. Let's give them something
to look forward to.
Yeah, a character that they can attach to. You know, I'd want some to relate to.
Right.
And I'm the monster chick. I realize,
and it always gives empathy. You might not even relate to an orphan, but you can always empathize with an orphan.
Well, they say you don't have to empathize with your characters as long as you don't have to identify as long as you empathize.
Yes.
All right. Yeah.
That's why I was.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So I was. Yeah.
Very spot on.
So I wanted to make it real quick that, you know, there's not as much to explore in the Crumb School as like Hogwarts or what we're gonna go into next, which is Bobottins.
Right, and it's fun to it's mostly fun to explore the relationship between Crumb and his kid, who they don't really see eye to eye on with, and they you know how these two don't really get along.
Yeah.
You know, and instead you know, Crumb Jr. hangs out with Strange a lot, you know, and that would make sense, especially after Kakarov took a good liking to him, you know. The two kids get along in potions class or something like that. You know, our guy helps out
you know, the history buff who you know, knows what all these different ingredients are.
Yeah.
You know, and the history of them. But, you know, as far as using them, no, that's the other dude.
And I'd say he feels most at home in Crumb School. You know?
Yeah, I think
he travels a lot.
I think we had a vibe where this dude was like Eastern European to begin with. Anyway,
Yeah,
something
we
like
did.
that. You know, like yeah, he can be English, but he could be Eastern European too. Like,
Yeah.
or an origin or something. Although his name is strange, so.
I still think it's good to go at least towards that way. Black hair, you know what I mean? At least those type of roots.
His buddy's got brown hair, and then the opposing girl, she would.
She's
the monster girl. Well,
Oh, the monster girl. She's American.
It occurs to me that I want to give her dreadlocks because that's Hagrid. Hagrid has the big poof outline, and so I'm trying to match her up with Hagrid, and so I generate the same outline. But at the same time, if you have a monster rancher type girl, she's gonna have some strength behind her.
Yeah.
She's gonna you know, like the girl from Misfits.
Yeah, lumberjack.
Lady Sovereign, you know, and not like Hunger Games lumberjack girl who, I don't know, all you lumberjack girls out there, she ain't it, right?
Yeah, no, she wasn't.
You know, some girl with, you know, big thick calves. You know, some tries to push her, you know, she can grab her by the horns and dig into the root, into the ground real well, you know, something like that.
Usually a lot of times red hair gets that for some reason.
Right, which you know, not to blow this. Oh, that's right. We were mentioning the Irish look about her. You know? And the Irish look. That's a you know, the very shock red hair. That's a very full hair look, and it's nice. It's got the nice ringlets. It doesn't have to be kind of gross like Hagrid's.
Right.
So you can give her the same sort of general outline, or you know, profile. For some reason, she's got small, thick,
and she should
small, thick hands in my head.
But as you said, you know, very dirty, or at least getting her hands dirty type of gal. But it should turn out that like when she really does it up, she looks fine. You know what I
mean? In my head, yeah. There's a pixie element to her. You know, like you know, the three fairy godmothers from Cinderella. You know, and they're kind of on the thicker side. You know, like one of them as a kid. You know, you know, some nice rough and tumble girl. Can throw down whenever she wants. You know, like I said, the Lady Sovereign kind of thickness. But
not.
If I was gonna blow the kind of the arcs that we have already set, you can already tell based on the setup, because if you have this thick tough girl, you know what I mean. She's obviously physically contrasting to this strange guy that we've set up thus far. But she doesn't mind getting her hands dirty, and neither does Strange in a certain way. And then there's the what's it called? The jock guy, the big, you know, Crumb, the big jock Crumb. And so just offhand, what kind of girl, you know, what kind of average girl look do you see ending up with the jock, right? Okay, so our fourth girl is from Bow Bottoms, and obviously she's French. Obviously she's, you know, on the pretty side. So probably looks like, you know, a blonde cheerleader, tall, anguline face, you know.
Yes. Snooty.
Yeah,
maybe the only wrong feature of her is her nose.
I mean, if you want to think about it from a Scooby-Doo point of view, she's Daphne.
Yeah.
You know, she's Daphne. I guess to a certain degree, the dude, the Crumb guy, is Velma. But I would say, like, in the room, it's more like watching Scooby-Doo or something.
Yeah.
Right? And, you know, probably not as tall, but, you know, looks like Fred. I don't want to get lost in the Scooby-Doo metaphor. Yeah. It's just going to go down a weird road. So the immediate hookup you would expect would be the
jock and the cheerleader.
The jock and the cheerleader, you know.
And the goth kid and the goth girl.
Right. Or the, you know, the two that are kind of funky and weird or something like that.
Right.
You know, but then if you go, you know, arc,
think arcs, think meta narrative. You know, you always end up the the relationship's not going to get very far, and then it's going to flip. You know?
Right.
So if the blind girl thinks she's going to end up with the jock guy right away, she's going to have to end up with Strange, and you know the jock guy's going to end up with
the magical creatures.
The pixie girl. You know?
Right.
The pixie of the two girls. You know, and that makes more sense anyway, because you know then you got kind of the two shorter ones and the two taller ones, and you know hopefully you go the other way. You have a very tall daughter and a very short son, or you know, you're rolling the dice on that one. I don't know.
So Crumb, and so with Crumb, you basically start to learn wand. You get the wands.
Well, before we move on, there was a reason why we thought that the arc. We discussed in detail how to end, why you end up there, and it was more than just, you know, the jock and the cheerleader.
Because it made you feel better that the jock and the cheerleader weren't with each other.
It did. In the end, it does feel better.
It does feel better. And it made a lot more sense for us because the Bow Bottoms girl picks on the goth kid.
That's right. The goth kid.
She picks on him like a second grade crush. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but also like the mean popular chick picks on the new kid, which he is. He would be the new kid. And she would be the, you know, established in the social hierarchy popular girl who, in part, maintains her reign by and domination through the subjugation of the new kids.
And of course, she says something bad or something smarter than her in class that makes her look bad that day, you know. And now she has to do something about it. Right.
Okay, so what happened? I swear there was something a second ago that we were going to talk about that we're moving on from. Am I glazing by something here?
It was
Feel free to yell at me.
No,
you know?
no, you're fine.
I'm from Detroit. I can take it.
Victor Crumb. I was just going to say that the Crumb school he learns wands. And now we're going on to Bow Bottoms, which is where he learns.
Oh yeah, no, you know,
and that's all.
I
was going by. I was trying to go. Oh yeah.
Yeah. The phone, and then I was like, hold on, moving on. But like, you know, now somebody wants to like murder me. Well, as I said, I'm from Detroit. You can yell at me. You can yell at your radio in your car, you know, to yourself, and like, you know, that's cool. You know, we're hanging out here. You can yell at me. I don't care.
So Bow Bottoms.
Yeah, right.
The Bow Bottoms girl.
Oh, so she's so in bullying, you got to remember that Bow Bottoms has a big fountain. So saith the author. And,
yes, so says J.K. Rowling.
Right. What's his name? Nicholas Flamel is from Bow Bottoms, and it's rumored that the waters are magical, and that's why all the girls their looks all snap together, and it's a girls only school, right? So you're like, all right, guys, why is there this dude in a girls only school? Well, because you know sometimes there's a girl on the football team, you know. That was a really cool movie, Necessary Roughness with Kathy Ireland, very good kicker, you know, worked out fine. Okay, so pilot program time, you know. We're gonna see how well this kid, who's you know scrawny, doesn't look like he's gonna hit on all the girls and make it weird. You know,
keeps to himself.
Yeah, you know,
has recommendations from like 4 different headmasters.
Right. He can be respectful. He can be reserved because he's Snape. He's Snape as a kid. Maybe not as he doesn't have the girl problems yet.
Yeah,
you know,
he doesn't have the girl problems yet.
So if he's a little bit weird and twisted, it's not because his heart's all twisted up in a bunch yet. You know,
right?
He's doing okay there.
It's just because he's kind of awkward.
And keep in mind that the only people he talks to, since he's an orphan. And since he's always away on boarding school, and anybody named, Roman Greco as their first and middle name can relate, you know, your friends possibly are your teachers. They're your headmaster who's there during the summer. While for why am I here?
you know, I shouldn't be here, but here I am. You know, it's paid for. I paid for it. Came out of,
Yeah.
you know, kind of coming out of this kid. You know, he's got money, but he's got no family. He's got what does he got? He's got school.
He's got school.
He's got school.
He's got teachers and headmasters.
Right. Everybody he knows in his life, he's surrounded by adult faces. You know.
Yeah.
So you play the forms that they like to see, and you learn them.
And he's also, as we said, he's also like a Wayne. So of course, like what's his name with the I collect children in Harry Potter.
Oh my lord!
What was that guy's name?
What? Oh yeah. That wasn't at all creepy.
Gilderoy Lockhart?
No,
that wasn't.
Gilderoy. That was
the
a whole
other.
other. No, he was a disaster.
But
My God.
you know what I'm talking.
Had a great smile though. He had kind eyes. Watch out, ladies. Guys with kind eyes.
So like you know the stealing the kids or whatever.
Right.
You know he's a Wayne.
The dude who's a couch.
Yes, and this guy's a Wayne. So he comes across guys like that all the time.
All the time. Yeah, no shit. And that's what I was saying about Kakarot. Kakarot, you know, one look at this kid and it's, you know, like I said, like I like the kid, like you said,
the cut of your gist. Yeah.
The jib and you know, I want to use gist now. You know, I got this kid's gist or something like that. I got the gist of this kid. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. So if this seemingly emo, nerdy kid who's short, keep it in mind, is in his first year going to Bow Bottoms. He's been at you know, magical boarding schools growing up
His whole life.
and now what is this like? It's like high school. It's like it goes into like pre-college and it's like 7 years long.
Yeah.
Holy.
And he's
There- that's
we
a-
had discussed that he's
Jeez,
probably
man.
already
People
in
are way
year
older
like
than you.
4 by the time we started.
So
that we didn't have to go through all this.
Maybe
maybe
right though.
3.
It really does start out pretty young.
Yeah.
Yeah, so year 3, something like that.
Yeah,
year
we were
4.
thinking like year 3 or 4, so we didn't have, because we wanted him to actually have a degree, unlike Harry. He gets a degree.
Oh yeah, because you want him. No, you have to do that.
Yeah.
Because he's the wand maker Strange. So if Strange is going to be playing with wands, he's at least got to be able to take the bad boy home and make some more.
Right.
You know.
So he's always out of school.
Right.
Because he doesn't get in, well, one thing, he doesn't get in trouble. He'll get in trouble at home. With magic.
Yeah. He'd rather do magic like in his which I'm sure his basement. You know, we all have a basement, and or not all of us, but in the basement or the garage maybe. You know, that's where you do weird things with chemicals.
Yeah.
You know, it's got like a drain. There's, you know, that's where you paint something. You know, and so if you're a kid and you've got this big, I don't know, wealth or whatever, I'm thinking you might have a Ministry of Magic proof basement. You know, I would. Right? You know what I mean? If I lived in a police state where they can just like, oh yeah, you did this in your house. Well, we knew about that from the Capitol built from the White House. Yeah, that's creepy. You know. All right. So yeah, I'm gonna soundproof I'm gonna, you know, scan proof my house. Anyway, so being younger, we figured, and the only boy, we figured he'd get bullied a lot, right? So if there's a big fountain,
Where are you gonna bully somebody?
right, you're gonna push the kid in the fountain.
Yeah,
I took way too long to say that.
Yeah, you're
Maybe
gonna
I should
push him in the
cut
fountain.
things a little quicker here. You push the kid in the fountain, and
And it happens like every day.
every day, right? Different groups of girls,
Or at least
are putting
once
each
a
other
week.
up to it, right? And it's fun for the Bow Bottoms girls, because, you know, if this kid's walking into class and his robes are just dripping in this Bow Bottoms water, you know, like these girls might be getting it. You know, it's in the fountains,
It's in the air.
it's in the showers, but this kid is walking around in wet robes, dripping in this magic water that makes you younger, that makes you better looking, you know,
all
all
day.
the time. all the time. So he's gonna end up going through when he hits his first growth spurt. It's gonna be he's gonna get good looking real quick. You know.
Real quick.
Yeah. So you know. So the Bow Bottoms girl is we figured her specialty, so to speak, is painting, is the arts.
Yeah, arts.
You know,
Arts,
arts.
of course, it branches.
Yeah, it's almost like arts, history. You know, phys ed with the girl, and you know the sciences with Strange.
You're right.
With the girl, I mean the monster girl. God, do we have a name for her so far? All I've got is hippie at the moment. Monster girl, it is.
We could call her Sissy, Cece. I don't know.
You can call her whatever you want. She's a monster girl, and I'm pretty happy with that at the moment because it's just all I need to refer to her. The Bow Bottoms school probably has the Philosopher's Stone.
Yes.
Somewhere in a dish, like down in the basement, there's like pipes.
And that's where all the water's
And that's
pumping.
where all the water goes through. And there's probably a Philosopher's Stone that, you know, the water hits like, you know, it's a pearl at the bottom of a, like this Venus clam dish sort of deal.
Yeah.
And like, you know, good deal of the water hits this pearl. This huge Philosopher's Stone, you know.
As it filters through.
As it filters through and, yeah, sprays into the major aquifer that the rest of the school pumps its, like, food and, you know, it showers in its water. Through.
Right.
So,
and it should taste like the way they talk about Narnia's water.
Oh, the sweet water.
Yeah.
The sweet water. Oh, I've got to get to that, by the way. There's a whole Narnia thing.
Okay.
There's a whole Narnia thing. Yeah, so the girl's, like, pushing him in. He gets better looking. You know, it's a fun thing for the girls to
do.
You know, add bonus points to the kid, just like you would add just like Crumb adds bonus points to his kid.
Right.
You know, he's always trying to plus one up on you know, strength, endurance, invincibility. Yeah, that's another thing. The Crumb's kid is invincible. I mean, like, literally invincible. He's
the only thing that's gonna hurt him is himself.
Yeah, he would be so coated in, like if you were to see his aura or whatever, he would have this hard line around his entire body, just whatever the strong color is, red, purple, high energy, very dense. You're not getting through it. You know, practically he's a walking shield spell. Which one's the physical? Is it shield or wall? Wall's magic, shield is physical. He's a walking shield spell, all times.
At all times.
But yeah, it's been maintained for so many years. It's just what he is. You know, he's going to move on through the rest of his life and go ahead, throw a boulder at his head. It's not
going to do anything.
You know, you're going to break the boulder.
Right. You
know, don't ask him to catch it. Don't ask him to catch it. No, it is going to break on his head. That's what's up. Move out of the way, and he steps into the way.
Yes, absolutely.
It's just a total disgrace to Crumb. You know?
Yes,
total disgrace to Crumb.
My man couldn't catch a ball if you paid him.
Right, which of course then you put him on a broom, and that's where it comes through. That's him at his best.
And it's horrible.
At his best. You ever see a kid fall from 100 feet in the air? Bam. And then stand up like, no problem, right? Because that's partially why he's invincible. It's not sure which started first, his inability to get on the broom or the invincibility, but they go hand in hand.
Right.
Probably weighs like, you know, even though he should weigh like, you know, 180 or 150 or whatever kind of a big kid weighs, you know?
Yeah.
Probably should actually weigh 300. It's like picking up the Terminator. His bones are made out of, you know, not titanium, you know.
Yeah.
Tungsten.
Am
I going where you were leading the Bow Bottoms girl back on track here?
Yeah, let's get back to the Bow Bottoms girl. So she does arts,
right,
and painting,
and so the movie Witches, it's hard to deal with, but the paintings where the kid sees the painting and there's the little girl and she's standing in the doorway or whatever, and then like you look away and you look back and she's like feeding ducks or whatever in the field.
Yes.
You know, and you leave and come back again and she's like inside the house, like looking out the window. That's what this girl can do. That's her art.
That is her art. That's her specialty.
That's the end game. That's the end game. Not maybe the end game, but that's part of the craft
of her
of magic art.
Yeah.
You know, and so that's pretty neat. And
she takes it to like a whole new level.
Right. So it's the kind of thing where like I believe Rick and Morty. Rick makes this. I think he uses a crayon too, actually.
Okay.
You know, and he makes this like weird little world that Beth can go into.
Yeah, that's right.
Right. So it's so her. She can paint whatever she wants to, you know. She can paint, you know, a cafe in Paris and then go sit there,
right?
You know, and there might not be anybody in there, but if she painted a cup of coffee there, you know, and if she was thinking about how that cup of coffee tasted while painting it, you go inside the painting, just like literally step in. So it's the kind of thing where like in her bedroom, of course, there'd be a mural.
Yes.
You know, and I always imagined that once that they became all four friends, sort of Scooby-Dooed out or something, hooked up together, she would show them her mural, you know, and the wand maker would say, you know, or the Crumb, the young Crumb would say, oh, that reminds me of, you know, Prague or whatever, you know, somewhere interesting, and the wand maker would say, well, you know, if you got a photograph of Prague or of this scene, and you painted this scene, and you painted it large enough to step into, then you could actually go to Prague that way.
Right. And, well, as long as you made it, like, match the art.
Right, if you casted your spells right and added a portkey spell to the whole deal.
Yes.
You would automatically walk. It's the equivalent of Platform 9 3/4.
Right.
This is essentially how Platform 9. Now
that you mention it, yeah, right, this is essentially how Platform 9 3/4 is.
Right. You push through this wall, and you know, you're outside of the correct train platform. Very similar, you know.
Correct.
And even though I said Prague about 4 times, I'm still picturing Paris because she's French, you know. And there's some cafe she likes outside of Paris. And, you know, it's got flowers and some bush or something.
Another one that they come up with is, like, through her phone. She's, like, showing that she can, like, show at least, like, 3D her images in her phone. So, like, she's shopping and, you know, she sees the dress and she can, like, bring it up. And, that's like 3D style.
That'd be another conversation. So that's kind of a wand maker trick.
Yeah, which is what I'm getting in.
Right. Yeah. So the wand maker can like double tap the phone. You know, so like you go to eBay, right, and you find Amazon or whatever. You find an item and you bring up that item on the phone. If it's an actual like physical object in the world, there's no reason why you can't like double tap the middle of the object with your wand and then like hold it with your wand and just pull up in the air. And then it would like essentially bring up like a hologram of that object. It would drag the object from flat to, you know, up in our plane. And so there was a thing where just like the girl can step into the painting, and just like you can use one wand to maybe bring up
an object,
maybe there's another way. And I forget how it worked. It had 2 wands.
Yes, you have to use one wand to bring it up, which is what she was, and it should be she's showing people in class.
Oh yes, so it's her idea. It's her. Not every wand thing has to go to the wand maker.
Right, that's
her new idea on paintings.
Right, and so you know she brings up
everything else,
brings it up, and then he looks at it and goes, "Well, you know what? You could actually take it out."
Right.
And it requires 2 wands, or at least 2 people.
Right.
One to bring it up, and another to extract it.
And you have to hold the phone.
Yeah, and you have to hold the phone.
So that's 3 arms.
Yeah, so you literally have to have 2 people.
Right. And so you use a second wand and you know what? Grab the image, and you
Pull
know.
it up. One grabs the image and pulls it up. The other one pulls it out. It makes it real.
Oh, I think it was the idea where the second wand actually sticks itself since the environment's pulled up into 3D and there's space been added to it.
Okay.
We had this funny image where at that point you can take the second wand, say something, dip the wand into the phone,
Okay.
touch the object with the phone,
And then
bring out the actual object.
that sounds better to me too.
Okay, let's see. And then, of course, we got our wand maker to be able to do it all at once himself. Oh, yeah, he just, like, propped the phone up on something.
Yeah.
And then he used, and part of the reason why we came up with the two wands was there was kind of like this chopstick motion.
And it just seemed cool.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing where, like, you tap your phone with your finger, you know, and you can slide with your finger. And so this was just an upward slide with a wand. You know, and so,
another wand.
And so if you add a second wand into the mix, it's like a chopsticks dealie. And of course, chopsticks are for grabbing things, whereas wands are just pointers.
Yeah.
And you know, things for showing you stuff. So you get two wands involved, you can actually get in the phone, and pull
chopstick it out.
and chopstick it out. I
mean,
wouldn't say holding it with. I would say two different hands.
Yeah.
You know, so it's. You know, this kind of complicated process, you know.
But it's fun.
It's fun, and you know, what else were we gonna talk about here? There was the bow bottoms. There was.
Oh, I had a little bit more for just the bow bottoms girl. As we said, he's like a Wayne. This guy. So he's like Wayne as far as being rich and like uber rich or whatever. I was thinking he also would have smart business sense. You know, can tell when something's gonna go down, type of deal. Maybe. I was gonna think. My thing is she should show him the pictures or the paintings, the art deal, and they actually like walk into one of her paintings.
Oh yeah, no, totally.
You know,
totally. That's how you do that scene.
Yeah.
You know.
And at that, he gets the idea to move his money.
Well, I don't care. I'm not worried about the dude.
I know. I just
don't
thought
care
it was,
about the money thing.
I know.
don't
I
care.
just thought it was funny to get all the money out of Gringotts. It gives you a chance to show Gringotts.
No. I don't care about Gringotts. Okay. What I was interested in though, is getting down into the basement of Bow Bottoms and seeing exactly how Bow Bottoms works. You know, and there's some pipe that's a gargoyle. You know, gargle. You know, it's a throat. You know, it's a spout. You know, and the spout, spouts into the. It's a school full of beautiful girls. So for some reason, the Venus painting with the clamshell.
Lots more feminine things.
Right. Yeah, it's got a feminine aspect to it. It's got a French aspect to it with the gargoyle. It's made for Bow Bottoms.
Yeah.
That is a good point. Bow Bottoms would be the school they explore the most.
Right.
You know, whereas what is Crumb's school called? It's killing me now.
Oh shoot.
Go on. All right. Well, you know, I don't.
I don't have it in. I have it in notes. I just don't have it on top of my head right now.
I can picture them going down the hallway with their big staffs and Durmstrang. So anyway, Durmstrang is where he makes gets this interesting relationship with Crumb. Not Crumb.
Crumb and Carcraw.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I figure that Crumb Senior probably doesn't care about this kid.
No.
One iota. You know,
No.
it's the exact opposite of what he wants his kid hanging around.
Yeah, exactly.
Um,
But Karkaroff approves.
Yeah, Kakarov approves, and if Kakarov approves, Crumb approves too. You know, so he's not going to mind too much. And so when this kid goes off to Bow Bottoms, you know, maybe the son, another kind of not cool move as far as his dad's concerned, wants to go off to this girly school. No. It's probably a better idea if he hits the girls' school first. No.
Because he needs the recommendation. He needs the recommendation from, what's his name? Karkaroff.
Kakarot.
To go to Durmstrang.
Yeah, but then he's not the only kid. Yeah, but then he's not the only kid at Bow Bottoms. I mean, you know what I mean? That throws in the trash the whole... Yeah, no, he's going to have to go to Crumb School second. He's going to have to get bullied a bit, you know, at the girls' school. Or at least go to Durmstrang, meet Crumb, be friends with Crumb.
Yeah.
You know, hang out there, leave for a while, go to... Actually, I like that better. Go to Bow Bottoms, can kind of write back and forth.
Yeah, that's more what I was... What I was thinking.
Yeah.
Because it seems like, as I said, it seems like the Crumb School, Durmstrang, is more his home than any other. So he goes back to Durmstrang the most, I'd say.
So maybe he meets... Oh, that's how it always goes. Dude, it's done. It's already done. That's where he meets the monster girl. You know, it probably doesn't fit in very well with the French
Bow Bottoms girls.
Right. Anyway, so he can go on adventure. He can go down into the bowels.
With her.
Right. Similar to of course.
Similar to the Chamber of Secrets.
Of course. Which I really just want to. It's whatever. It's an adventure.
It's an adventure.
It's an adventure. It's just based on me and this this image of the Philosopher's Stone, and the water running over because
it's essential to the whole school.
Yeah, it's essential to the whole school, and in order to make sense of what's going on with Bow Bottoms plumbing, I had to conjure up this image, and once I've conjured up the image, now I want to play with it, So the main kid and the two girls go down in there and they do like this separate thing without the
headmasters.
Without the headmaster's kid. And they get into trouble.
Right.
They get into trouble and they get kicked out, And he
or maybe not even kicked out. Maybe that's how they talk the school into a dance. We're packed up here. We need a dance. The girls need a dance.
Oh, you know what? That's not bad. They could do the dance and still, hey, here's my buddy from Durmstrang.
That's more.
And then they could still dip out on the Goblet of Fire dance or whatever which I think year-wise is possibly appropriate.
Yeah, exactly.
Because our tale begins once he has the ability to take his wand home and do weird things. Once he has the ability to have...
And that's like year 3.
Okay, and that's year 3? Well, that works out perfectly. And it's also nice for him to have special dispensations as Hermione does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He gets, as far as the dispensations go, he is on par with Hermione as far as, oh, yeah, we'll unlock the door for you to whatever.
Sure, extra time turner, extra classes.
Extra classes, time turner, whatever we can do to fill you up. Because he lives there. And he's going to live there on holiday. He's going to just fill up his day, is the way they feel about it.
If the Monster Rancher's girl is gonna be, for some reason I don't mind if she, if she's like Irish Australian,
Yeah.
That's a rough and tumble group of people.
That is rough.
Kiwi could be a Kiwi, And the Bow Bottoms girl, fine arts, photography.
Culinary maybe.
No, because you got to keep her with the painting from Witches.
Yeah.
Where you can put somebody inside it, you can go inside of it, and then if it exists in the real world, you can pull something out of it. That's what photographs are good for. And that's what Amazon is good for.
Yeah.
That's what a phone is good for. Because if it exists in the real world, you can conjure it into existence because you've got such a perfect form for it right there. And that would be the next step. And all of our characters
are trying to make the next step.
Right. There always has to be a next step. So I was going to mention the Narnia thing. But we can continue on the next step thing if you want, because that's pretty fun.
That is, and I didn't even think about that until you kind of just mentioned it. I kind of forgotten that because we've been talking for a little. But yeah, the next step would be, well, for the wand makers, the new wands. They get made into staffs, new cores.
I had the idea where
new wands, too.
New wands, and I also had the idea that you can grow plants and then stick a crystal in it, and then train the plant to grow over the crystal, and now it's infused in it, and that would be
one of his tricks.
One of his tricks, and so like Voldemort had the ring, right? From
Marvolo,
right?
Riddle,
right, and you know, so you have family trinkets. You know, magical. We talked about this.
Yeah.
Essentially, the inside of the cave of Howl's Moving Castle, there's all this just flotsam of magical artifacts. You know, it's where all the magical left socks in the universe kind of go.
Yeah.
And so, if you were to take these really old items and, like, let's say, melt them down into a wand, you know, that sounds pretty powerful. Stephen King went with that with the Dark Tower, where the gentleman's sword, or the gunslinger, both of his guns were forged from the iron that was Excalibur.
Right,
baller. These guys they're gonna hit their mark. You know, the Black Knight. You know, the King Arthur versus the Black Knight. The Black Knight was the shit. King Arthur took him down like he was, you know, like the Black Knight was using Krang moves or something like that. You know, baby stuff. So, and then what might even be more powerful is if the magical trinket, which has whatever plus some odd spell points, does a thing. You know, probably don't want to melt it down. But what might be cool, you know, if you have like a collection of gems, you know, like Marvolo's ring had a gem in it.
Yeah.
You know, that'd be nice to, weave your wand around the gem, you know, so it's in there. Especially if it's a family heirloom, might plus up something.
Yeah.
But in the world of Harry Potter, might block your wand core or something like that. But what if your wand core is actually just like a collection of these things? Could be like on a chain.
Yeah.
You know, you could have a wand that literally has like, you know, weird little baubles that are like half like coming out of it. And that might be a way to make a wand. That might be one, you know, all the wand makers died, you know, and there's no wand left. So my man's got maybe one of his early experiments are to punt and try to make a wand out of
family baubles.
Family baubles. And he finds that when you do things like that, the wand comes out differently.
Yeah.
And this is how you eventually strike upon the Dementors idea. Because the Dementors are really powerful, magical creatures.
Yeah.
You know, and
why wouldn't you use them as a wand core?
Right. And of course the original idea comes from
the Master Wand.
It's not called the Master Wand though. It's the one that I want to kick Harry for. Why did Harry Potter snap that in half and not give Draco a wand back? Draco could have used his wand back. That would have been nice.
In the books, I don't think they did in the books.
We're gonna,
but anyways,
not the Master Wand. There's the
Elder Wand.
Thank you, the Elder Wand. But Death pulls open his cloak, and he cuts a piece off of his cloak, and gives it as the
invisibility
cloak. So therefore. Transitive property of things that look like death and have cloaks made out of magical ethereal nothingness. If you can pull a piece of death's cloak off, or you know, and that'll work, then you can pull a piece of Dementor's cloak off and do something with that.
Right.
Which of course we said earlier would be like a negative core. You know, it would be an eater rather than a pusher.
Right.
You know.
I believe Ollivander's core is a Thestral's core.
Oh right, and that's the thing too. You use the Thestral's hair for the Elder Wand.
That was it.
And that's pretty interesting, you know. And that leads one to think, all right, so what other magical cores are out there, you know?
Right. So in The Illusionist, as Edward Norton has this orange tree trick, and it's really cool because he makes an orange tree come up out of the ground, like out of nowhere.
Right, magical growth.
Magical growth. And a cool way for him to make wands is to use that magical growth and just right around the magical item.
Right. And so, like, you know, like a really nice looking wand would be like, you know, have like this braided wood outside to it, but like maybe on the inside you could see the baubles. You know,
yeah,
the baubles
exactly.
are the core, you know, and then maybe chained together somehow. And you know, so that's a pretty neat homebrew wand.
Yeah.
You know, Dementor's core is pretty neat. Not homebrew.
Grow wand.
Right. We had a pretty good outside once we hit the Thestrals, and there was the Elder Wand is what
I think it is Thestral.
what's the outside though?
Oh,
I know I liked the ash tree.
yeah. I forget what it is. I
See, no,
looked them all
you can go on to Pottermore and like look
it
them
all
up
up.
and make one, and there's like all these like you know crazy rules. And by the way, Neville Longbottom, he stunk at magic because he had a terrible wand. He had his parents' wand, you know, and that is
unacceptable.
That's unacceptable. Yeah, if that happens and people are getting hand-me-down wands, and it's such a big deal to get the right wand, or else your whole entire education is smoked, then you need some more wand makers.
Right.
You know, and you need wand makers who... What I'm getting at is that your culture's messed up. Your culture's got to... You know, the king did not put down an unjust tradition, and that is hand-me-down wands.
Right.
You know,
you can't afford a Thestral wand. Well, don't worry. Give me your family heirloom, and I'll make you a wand out of your family heirloom for cheap.
Yeah. And Ollivander, he was
upper class and snooty.
Well, yeah,
his wands were expensive.
No, I thought his wands were supposed to be cheaper than a mug.
It's like $60.
Dude, for a thing you carry for life, are you crazy? That's not expensive.
But I mean, like, if it breaks,
a knight's sword back in the medieval, that was like buying a car.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. It's like buying a nice.
I just remember
like
Ron
like a
buy
motorcycle
a new one.
kind of price.
I knew Ron couldn't buy a new one.
And Ron couldn't buy a new one.
Yeah.
So that's not cool, man. That's not cool. That's not cool. You need a wand maker that's willing to charge on a sliding scale or something like that.
Yeah, maybe it's not.
He's willing to make loans or something like that. You know.
Well, as I said, like, you know, maybe it doesn't matter. Growth isn't the best wood, but it's a wand.
Yeah, no, like
maybe that type of deal. You know, there's different methods of wands and so much.
That's true. That's true. And you can have, and of course we would have fun with that. Well, do you have any family items? Do you have any family heirlooms? Oh, well, I have this, and it does this, and it does that. Okay, I can work with this. You know,
he's gonna give you a good wand no matter what.
Right, but we start with our four.
Right.
You know, and it takes him a while to, you know, rose you up and try to make you a wand, you know. But we did mention upgrades, and of course these four are your new, what is it, Marauders Map Crew? You know, whatever that is. The Order of the Phoenix.
Dumbledore's Army.
Dumbledore's Army, right. So just like with Harry's parents and their little group, they had fun learning how to be
sneaky, and
they learned how to transfigure. They learned transfiguration.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm not quite.
We haven't quite gotten down.
Well, it doesn't. The idea is that I'm not sure which comes first, the Patronus or the transformation.
I think we decided the Patronus comes first, so that way they could transform into magical animals, or vice versa. No, they transform first so that their Patronus can evolve into a magical animal.
And then you can go backward. Okay, so that's that. So they learn their transformation first. Okay, so they teach each other how to they all, once you get the group together,
Yeah, they all figure out how to turn into an animagus.
Right. And since I was mentioning the dance, it would be all four of them. They get to go down into the bottom of Bow Bottoms.
Right.
You know, and then all four of them that probably get kicked out of Bow Bottoms forever. And then all four of them go to Durmstrang. And then we haven't jumped to another school, but that's okay. That's okay. I'd rather talk about these other points. Having to do with spells because it's more fun.
Yeah.
So they all teach each other how to transform. You know, it's
just like the original Harry's dad did.
It would essentially be the polyjuice potion of our crew. This. Yeah. You know, first one does it, and then another, and then all four of them. You know.
And I was sick of Polyjuice Potion in Harry Potter. You know, I always wanted them to do the animagus, and I always thought that was
animagus. Cool. And you know what? Yeah, I like the idea of the French girl being a bit older than the rest of them, and her stepping in, and just I already know how to do that. Nice. You know, so you know, one of them's interested in it. You know, the monster girl is probably a little bit more
interested in
than
anybody.
Yeah. So maybe you know, something like that. Maybe we could instead of being the French girl, maybe has already taken classes in that.
Yeah.
And knows all kinds of things. But no, I have not done it yet. And the monster girl just busts it out.
Yeah. See.
You know, she's dealt with monsters a lot, and she's like, well, yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of thinking, and she starts kind of getting into the headspace of, you know, some favorite animal of hers, and, you know, starts scraping the ground I'm scraping the ground with my feet and moving back and forth, and, you know,
right.
I think I'm thinking like a bowl or something, like, per se, starts to do it, you know, and then she could turn into her animagus. It's not a bowl. But, you know, you go from that.
A horse.
Right.
Or,
right.
You know. Some larger animal.
And I think our main character Strange sucks at it.
Yeah.
He sucks at it. And maybe it's him that has to actually bust out a Patronus first.
Yeah, and I think we determined that he turned into a snake so that he could learn parcel tongue.
I'm not worried about that. I don't know. Whatever. I don't.
Yeah, whatever.
Whatever.
Yeah.
So, well, there's a way to decide what their animals are, and I'll get to that in a second. So the other ones they have their transfiguration down pat, you know.
Yeah.
And our main dude, it's just not happening, you know.
He's bad at it.
Which
he's not bad at anything. So it's probably pissing him off.
Right. So he sucks at it. But what he's good at is wands, you know, and like Harry Potter, he's pretty good at this Patronus. You know, he busts it out. It's a strong Patronus, and in my head, it's very pencil frame. You know, like it's written in pencil neon.
Okay.
Rather than being so fuzzy and nebulous, you know, he's kind of got more of like I said, like tight, hard edges.
Okay.
You know, but maybe vacuous on the inside. You know, very outline-ish. You know, very skinnish.
Yeah.
Kind of a Patronus. That's just me. You know, I got kind of like a Tron 2 vibe with his Patronus. I don't know why. But you know, you can decide whatever Patronus you think these guys should have. But like as I said, there's a way to go backwards, and it's so he gets his Patronus, you know, and then he starts trying to show one of the other ones at least how to bust out the Patronus. You know, and maybe it is the French girl that really works at it. You know? And she comes out, and it turns out that her Patronus is the same as her animagus.
Okay.
You know, and so I almost think it should be 1, 2, 3. It should be the monster girl that is a natural at it. The French girl's got some good training on the matter, so she busts one out. Then the jock, you know, he's let's face it, he's taught to be competitive. You know,
right?
So he's gonna push himself. You know,
and he's smart. He's right out.
Right. Just like you push yourself. Just like the kind of guy who pushes himself to read the entire history textbook, like right away. He pushes himself to get this right, and he gets it right, And our Jude just
doesn't do it.
Yeah. Strange just can't do it, and but he busts out the Patronus, and so maybe he talks to the French girl a little bit, and gets her to do a Patronus, and her Patronus matches her transformation, which is interesting, and it's interesting to Strange, and so Strange already knows now what his transformation's gonna be.
It's gonna be his fucking Patronus.
Right. All right. So that makes it easier for him.
Right.
And in my head, I imagine he does this thing with he eventually figures out that he points his wand towards like his head, and then sort of does this slow down the middle of your chakras motion pull with it, and it's like you're unzipping your whole self, and a new one steps out.
Right.
And as the sides of the old you fold away or something like that. And that's kind of what's going on, And the way that McGonagall transforms kind of like that too. And so he figures that out. And so once he tells the other three, or I guess the remaining two, that their transformation is gonna be their Patronus, he can kind of teach them to do the same sort of thing. And so like the monster girl, she'll go to point it at her head or whatever, and maybe just point forward, and it just rips out.
Right.
I almost imagine her transformation is. Yeah, that's what her transformation is.
Yeah.
So whereas I was thinking Patronus for a second there, but it's really transformation. So the one kid does the unzip thing, and she sees that too, and she's not that slow and focused and pulling it all down her chakra. She's got the animal in her head,
Yeah.
and she just that, and she kind of just kind of throws it forward, keeping her wand in her hand, and her whole form jumps into it, like the way a cougar attacks.
Yeah.
Her whole form just goes with that wand point, and out comes this tougher, more ferocious animal. And now I'm starting to warm up to the idea that Strange turns into a python. It's I feel it's a little hackneyed, but just because it's so close to I guess Nagini or whatever.
Yeah.
Nor do I feel like it'll be his permanent state in any way, shape, or form.
Right. I just thought it was nice for him to learn to be able to speak partial tongue, or one of them learn to speak partial tongue, maybe, because it comes in handy.
But it's
and it's a lost art.
Oh,
and so if it's a lost art, we have to grab it.
Well, whether or not I still feel that
like we hit the prophecies.
Ron, if you play Lego, Ron's got partial tongue down pat. He picks it up from Harry talking in his sleep.
Okay.
And I don't see any reason why that while pissing his dad off, Crumb is sitting in the kitchen speaking parcel tongue. Young Crumb is like learning parcel tongue out of some like extinct book, that's like turning into ash and dust at the breakfast table, and it's his dad's practically like throwing vitamin C pills in his mouth, every time he goes to take a bite of cereal, and
right,
magical equivalent of whatever that is, Hercule pills. I love the name Hercule, like Hercule from Dragon Ball Z.
Okay.
The pills. You got Skelegro. Let's throw some Skelegro in there, some Hercule. Anyway, it's something called Atlas. There's got to be some sort of Atlas dealie that that's his vitamins. They're made by Atlas.
Right. Well, maybe if they're all supposed to evolve, you know what I mean? Their
field. You got me
field.
back on track. So I
If they're all supposed to evolve their field, maybe that should go to the magical girl.
As I said, yell at me. Maybe they should go to the what?
Magical girl.
There's lots of magical girls.
The magical creature girl.
Okay, the monster girl.
Monster girl.
As we've chosen to call her.
The monster girl. Yeah, maybe that should go to the monster girl because it evolves her field.
No, I still think it's our scientists, yeah, I still think it's our scientist.
Okay.
Strange I think evolves his what's it called? His Patronus.
Okay.
So you get so nobody go on to J.K. Rowling's website. What's it called? Pottermore.
Yeah.
There is no such thing as a magical Patronus, as far as I know. None. They're all real animals. They're all real animals. The wands are made out of everything under the sun. Usually an outside of wood and some interesting core, which makes me want to say, well, I want to see more interesting outsides. And she got there with the new book.
Yes.
The like I said, the Tiamat sea dragon horn. Cool beans, very cool beans. So you get there's creatures, there's magical creatures. Why? If there's magical creatures, then what up with no magical transfiguration of a person? As their standard whatever it's called. There's a word for
transfiguration and animagus.
Yeah, as your standard animagus. And I was saying transfiguration earlier, and every time I meant the process of animag-ness.
Yes,
the animagi process. Oh boy. I'm not going to say nope. Not going to put those two words together. Sounds too dumb. So if you can, so it would probably be easier to if you turn into, I don't know, a wolf or whatever.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
I would love to be a wolf.
Okay, so so you want to be a wolf. All right, so your animagus is a wolf, right? And then you find out that your Patronus is a wolf, right?
Right.
So or vice versa. Which I guess is his case. Everybody else's case, the animagus first.
Yeah.
Then wouldn't you be like, okay, so my Patronus is this wolf, and I make this Patronus, and it comes out of, like, how do I get this bad boy to be like a dire wolf?
Right.
You know what I mean? Or I don't know, if you're a psycho, maybe you want to be a werewolf, on two from Underworld or something like that.
Yeah. You should be able to.
Right, and it's just an upgrade. I mean, why would you be
stifle?
What, right? Why would you? If you can upgrade your Patronus to a magic Patronus, then you've now more magified your soul. All right, so that's a thing. Got to work on that. And
then you can magic your animagus.
Right, you can take that same logic, go backwards, magic your animagus. And so you might have you might start out with a pony. Become a stronger magic user and more confident in yourself. And know that you're a person who likes to hit the wall running, And
now you're a stallion.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. And so once you become a stallion, now I can bust out the water horses.
Yeah.
That are the waves. The old ones used to think like that. And of course there's the Thestral. But if you turn your Patronus into a Thestral, that's pretty dark. That's pretty dark. But that's actually interesting because the wand maker, I'm interested right now. What's the difference between upgrading your Mustang from a Mustang to a Thestral, from a Mustang to a Pegasus, from a Mustang into a Unicorn, from a Mustang into a Thestral, the water one, whatever that water horse is, the Lord of the Rings did it.
Hippo camp. No.
Yeah,
hippocampus or whatever.
No, that's a place in New York. But there's the hippogriff. There's the all kinds of chimera stuff. God, you could go from a giraffe to what's that thing with all the heads?
Oh yeah.
When you cut off one, the Hydra. And how do you get from one place to another is an interesting, kind of discussion. For some reason, I feel like the Monster Girl, just in my head, wherever I'm trying to get with her animagus and even her upgraded animagus. Do you remember the Star Wars 2? There was like this lion creature that Anakin and Amidala, I think it was mostly Amidala had to deal with, and it was like this tiger thing. It was like this very ferocious, low to the ground kind of cougar ish, mountain lion sort of.
Yeah.
I feel like she could go from like some sort of cat to maybe even that'd be interesting. Just to upgrade, not only from like a wolf to a dire wolf, but like even in herself to when she first gets to the school or something like that, or early on, it could be. Where she's actually got like some sort of, goofy little, kitten on the inside. You know what I mean? But, as she gets more friends, as she establishes friends, it's something else.
Yeah.
Or even her, what's it called, her transformation, her animagus.
Yeah.
That maybe starts out as a kitten, gets to a lion, and then can jump forward. Or maybe not a kitten to a lion, but maybe like a kitten to a mountain lion, or a mountain lioness, or
I was kind of thinking of panther, maybe even.
Right. See what I'm getting at?
Know?
And then you can go from a panther to like a winged panther.
Right.
You know what I mean? Or like I said, the Star Wars type of thing.
Or a dire panther.
Crazy.
Panther.
What panther? Yeah. Skeletor's panther.
Yes,
dude, that is a dire panther. Nice. And it's purple.
Right.
Righteous. She turns into a big purple panther. And you know what? The spiked collar would still work if that was her look. That night.
Right.
If she's got a pink dress and black boots, it turns into the real black nails, but the purple turns pink now. So she's like a pink because like that was the dress. So if the kid had a snake transformation, so of course the upgrade version would be
a dragon.
A dragon. That's right. Like and what's the difference between a Chinese dragon? What's the difference between a European dragon? And the wand maker's gonna want to be able to get there, just like I want to get there.
Right.
Because I want to get there. And if when you're making a story, you write the story you want to read.
Yeah.
You don't write the story. You don't give the people what they want to hear. That's pandering to your estimation of a survey of who exactly.
Right.
So you write the story you want to write. Like what's your animagus and where do you want to what do you want to upgrade from? What do you feel like you are?
Right.
Like because all right, let's be honest here. I'm a baby kitten. So that kind of
Yeah.
But if I was a bit more social, or I'm just kind of thinking through the Monster Girl's eyes is what I'm doing, and then I like Twilight or something like that, and Edward and Bella, they deal a lot with cougars and mountain lions, and I think that's why I went there.
Yeah.
And of course my final was the crazy thing from Star Wars.
Yeah. And if
dragon's nice.
Yeah. And if the science guy's gonna turn into a dragon,
right? It's strange.
That's
cool. And it'd be kind of righteous to see that animagus dragon first. Especially if you could conjure it up like a cloud and I'm spinning my hand over my head here.
Right.
Holding a wand and just conjuring, but it's not a cloud. It's this
dragon.
It's a Chinese dragon that he just keeps coiling and coiling. That's cool.
Yeah.
So what now?
So I was just saying that that. Oh, thank you. That it was cool.
Yeah. That's cool. There's. I was also thinking of different people, different ones of the groups, their meta narratives, their arcs. The French girl. I think she becomes more fun as we move forward.
Yes. Yeah, the French girl. You hate her at first and you like her in the end.
Yeah. Yeah. And she does, she bullies the youngest of the group. And that's a bit of an odd couple.
Yeah.
She would definitely be older than him. She would definitely be taller than him, at least at first. 50 dunks into the Adonis
immortal tank.
Yeah, 50
and
dunks.
I think she should still be like a grade or two above him. That's it.
Oh,
or
absolutely.
At least a grade.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So that she can Hermione got flack for Ron Leviosa. No, I'm not going to do it because and she did this hard eye roll, you know, and you know, did exactly what the director told her to, you know, and it was intense, man, and I like the idea that the French girl does the same thing, but you just gotta suck it up and take it, you know, like when somebody corrects your English, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can get upset about it, but she's gonna keep doing it. See, are you gonna be friends with her? You might have to just adjust to listening to this every now and then.
Right.
You know, she's gonna correct your speech. You know, and you know, but
and she's the one, like Hermione, to a degree, she might be the one that thinks she's the friend.
No,
Okay.
I think what the deal is that what's the Crumb's son is the headmaster's son. You know, he's from this other school. He's coming here for this dance. You know, he's connected to this kid that she already knows a bit. Shoved him in the pool, the bunch, the fountain. You know, and then the kids had to walk to class, sit to class there. You know, by the time he dries off, he's probably, you know, got sparkles glistening off the corners of his eyes and whatnot. You know,
Right.
His eyelashes are fuller for some reason.
His muscles are, like, bigger.
Right. His clothes just kind of fit, you know, like his clothes like dried to a form-fitting kind of a, you know, they shrunk. So
Right.
it's in a sort of more of a tailored, you know, and this is what this kid deals with every day, you know, and he doesn't understand the process that's going on, but the girls know what's going on.
Yeah.
The girls get it, you know. He just knows he's being harassed. So yeah, so I was thinking her arc is, you know, it's Hermione's,
Yeah.
you know, arc. You know, she becomes more sociable. You know, and though she might be this other girl may be at the top of her social ladder, you know, once high school drops away or whatever, that crashes. That crashes. You turn into the used car salesman.
Right.
You know, like super fast.
And she doesn't want to be that.
Right, and now you're still talking down to people, and you're in an environment where, like, man, you really gotta learn to, like, make friends with everybody you meet, you know?
Yeah.
And so, as I said, she's when we really start to get involved with her, she's got to turn on the friendly works like what?
Yeah.
You know, and it comes out fake. You know, and that's where you know, Ron's yelling at Hermione, you know, to Harry, it's Leviosa, right? What a you know, heel essentially, and she's got to learn to become less of a heel, and that's her meta narrative, you know. And when she meets this son of the headmaster who is huge, you know, and it turns out that she's been bullying his best friend essentially.
She has to man up.
His pen pal, yeah. Not only does she man up, now she's got to learn how to be friends with this guy that she essentially hates or has a distaste
for. And she doesn't know why.
Dude, she's French.
Yeah.
She has a distaste for all kinds of things.
Yeah.
This kid's one of them. But Crumb is not gonna be. You know, he's got some status behind him. Young Crumb, you know. And I think his name should be Victor. You know, Victor's Crumb. That's a great name. So you know,
just Victor Jr.
Yeah, Victor Jr. I want to call him Mini Victor, but he is for sure a head taller than his father. That is what's up. He is a head taller than his father, bare minimum.
And you know,
and good looking. The girls like him. He's better looking than his buddy, than his short buddy. You know, his short buddy really has to get that Adonis dip a few times to you know, where the ponytail and the glasses come off, which is he wears glasses, and them bad boys are gonna go away.
Oh yeah, and his father's smart. What's his name? Crumb's dad. Crumb's dad was really smart, so trust me, there's no Achilles heel on this one.
Right. There's no magical unenchanted shin or whatever, which he draws all his power from. Right. Like I said, the cost was like we said, the cost was Fumbleia Jones.
Right.
So as far as what the girls, you know, I, I think if the French girl went on to Pottermore, she'd end up getting back like I want to say a swan, like some very like a tall, majestic-ish bird that has a very large wingspan, a heron. I guess I'm from Florida. Heron, and Detroit, so a heron.
Yeah.
Something, not quite flamingo, but
I gotcha.
yeah, and it's almost like from a heron you could possibly get to Pegasus.
Like a white phoenix or something.
And I think that's how we got on this track. Is that you originally pitched me some sort of mention of a phoenix. You liked how Dumbledore had a phoenix. You thought maybe there should be a phoenix in the Durmstrang headmaster office, and I was like, but you know what? If you go from that's an obvious
a snow phoenix or whatever.
That's pretty cool, man.
Instead of the fire.
Instead of instead of the Spanish pomegranate eating fire one, it's a blue flame phoenix. Right. It is a blue flame phoenix. It's not orange and red. It's blue.
Why? Because it's fucking cold.
But because it's cold and it's like that sterno heat looking. You need that. You need that sterno. You need that flame torch in the cold. And she started out as like one of those white, with the gray feathers around the edges, But after an upgrade, oh boy, she turned into a snowy white owl of Phoenix.
Right.
Is Phoenix?
Phoenix
Eye? Phoenix. That's what I was going for, but I just couldn't believe that would possibly be.
I'm thinking it's Phoenix.
I think it's that's a. Yeah. And it still seems like she, and maybe that's a clue. Yeah, she eats pomegranates. She likes pomegranates. That's a clue early on to what she's gonna end up going with.
Yeah.
And the way you get from I'm sorry, am I interrupting?
No.
Okay.
I enjoyed the fact that we were able to get that because I had no idea what to do.
Right.
I was thinking of fox, but then I didn't know what to upgrade it to.
But this whole thing is just based on my simple, my inkling. You know what I mean? And it could be something else. It could be, no,
I thought the white phoenix is great for it.
And I said earlier, there's a way to get to the animal and the patron eye. God, I'm getting the Latin here. The patroni, the patronus, the several patroni. There's a way to get from that, and what I was getting at with that is that what magical transfiguration would you not? So now you're not going to just transform into an animal. You don't just have an animal patronus. Really pull out all the stops. Go for the magical one. What do you got?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then just go backwards from there to kitten. You know what I mean? So I started with that thing in Star Wars, and I went backwards to kitten.
Yeah.
But that was not a really great magical animal example. You know what I mean? For the girl, I'm just kind of. We spent so much time on horses. There's an ancient cave drawing deal where I know it's supposed to be a boy, but there's a tunicorn. There's a unicorn, and the horn goes up. But then there's a tunicorn, and it's like this double over the eyes, horns, forward facing, spiky thing. And I don't know, man. Maybe there's
give that to the.
I just think there's something that can be,
to the magical creature, or to the monster girl.
Yeah, to the monster girl. I think maybe she's got.
The tunicorn.
There's like a tunicorny vibe going on there. I don't know if necessarily the animal is a horse.
Right.
I want to say auroch. Like the bison-y thing, but what girl wants to turn into a bison? That's no bueno. The egret heron thing is cool to upgrade into the snowy white phoenix with the souciance of blue.
Yeah.
And aubergine around her blue flame. Blue and purple maybe.
Yeah.
By the way, I picked aubergine. That's French for eggplant. It's purple. Could be your eyeshadow color early on too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I know the bow bottoms girls wear blue anyway. Dude, this works. That works. And you know what? If anybody's interested in what the bow bottoms castle looks like, it's very easy to find. Just you look up. I think it's Flying Buttress or Flying Buttresses.
Yeah.
Castle, and there's two of them. One is they're both. I believe they're both in France anyway. And one of them's this beautiful blue one, blue and white, and it's like on this island thing. I want to say St. Michael's in Montpellier, but I'm probably wrong on both accounts. But anyway, there's these two. One of them's the one on the island, and the other, and that one's awesome. But it's also the B one. It's got the better environment, and then the other one's it's just got the better buttresses. It's got the better flying buttresses. It's awesome, and so that's bow bottoms because that's magical in French.
I want to say Victor Crumb Jr. I want to mention that Crumb Jr. His magical creature, in my opinion, should be a water creature. I was thinking the hippocamp. The sea thing?
The sea dragony thing?
Yeah.
It's that thing I was talking about earlier, the horse.
Yeah, the
water
horse.
The seahorse wave. The wave.
Yeah.
Essentially it's like a surfer's.
Okay.
It's like a surfer's
Well,
animal.
the reason I wanted to go for that was because I thought maybe he can't swim. You know what I mean?
That was one thing I want. Yeah, we mentioned that. He's
So
probably
if he can't swim, then he would want a water animal.
Yeah, but
because he can't. It's the one thing he literally can't do it.
But it feels like he's not smooth. Like he's an earth guy.
Okay.
And that's a good point too. Is it there's something to be said for the four cards, the four houses of cards, you know? What is it?
Gryffindor.
Oh, that's interesting too. I didn't even think about that.
Oh, okay.
But definitely Harry Potter. So you have your four Harry Potter houses, not going through it. Then you have your four Livermore houses, not going through it. But there's also in fact, the French houses should be the houses on the playing cards. The four house. Those are the four symbols.
Okay.
I don't know what J.K. Rowling's wrote, but that's. And then there. Okay, so diamonds, clubs, spades, and hearts.
Right.
Okay, diamonds are coins. Stones, coins. They're the coin deck. Your cups are your hearts.
Right.
Your what is it? Spades are air. Air is wand. Spades are wands.
Right.
And then your clubs are fire. So, that was the next one, which you can just go right over the elements too.
Right.
So I don't need to go through all those. But clubs are what is it? Swords.
Swords.
I believe, right? And then you also get water is the cups as well. Heart.
Yeah.
Heart, water, cup, stone, earth, coin, Pluto, in the ground. That's plutocracy, riches.
Yeah.
Metal, diamonds, coins.
Right.
Earth.
Water.
Fire is your sword.
Fire sword.
And I almost think that might be spade because you use the spade represents what you use to pump a fire, but I really think the spade is the air.
Yeah.
And the air wands. Spade.
So there's the water. There's an air. Okay.
No, there's a water.
Oh,
That's
okay.
the cups, and then fire, of course, is the clubs, what's fire in the deck? Swords. That's right, swords.
Okay.
Metal, apparently, but more fire and swords. So you can play with that.
Yeah.
Different houses being better with those different. Seamus Finnegan, you can just go down the line where Seamus Finnegan would belong. Fire, swords.
Sword. Right.
Clubs, the clover. Just depending on what school you go to.
Right.
Right. And so all of our four characters, they can all line up. I actually tend to think the monster girl is Earth.
Okay.
I tend to think that
What do you think?
Um,
Beyond that. Oh, well,
I
of course,
was
the
kinda
wand
thinking
maker's
the-
air. The wand maker's got to be air because wand's air, and we know that Big Boy does not fly.
Right.
You know, he's a brick. You know,
Right.
he doesn't fly, and so that leaves him water or fire.
Water or fire?
Fire. I think he's got. Oh well, the Bow Bottoms girl, is fire.
Bow Bottoms girl is fire.
So
He could be water.
water.
And that makes sense because it's the thing that he can't do. It's,
Right, I was
you know,
thinking
so
that too.
like
That's
it's
a good-
something you long for.
Right. So that's a good setup for their meta narrative anyway, because you know, it's the one thing he's not good at. You know, and not that we should.
It's the fact that his body can't even do it. So like, as much as he might want to swim, he can't. And it's something he actually wants to do.
And also, I would think that Crumb, for some reason, would pump him full of fire. There'd be like some sort of, you know what I mean? So like, you know, so like maybe this kid's naturally a water kid. You know, maybe he's naturally a cup. Maybe he's naturally a heart. You know what I mean? He's the lover boy, you know, and he's the mama's boy.
Yeah.
Right? But instead, he's got to deal with his dad his whole life. And his dad is pumping fire, you know, and he's all about the, you know, victory, you know, and swords of battle and the moment of the strike. That's Victor Crumb, right? So Victor's like you know, that's Victor's deal, and that's what he's trying to, you know, that's what he understands. And so then you have this kid, and you know, he thinks he's going to make this perfect sword. It's just the you know, it doesn't matter, but whatever
He's
physical
the
and
perfect sword for my.
right, and so he fills the kid
Reckoning.
with all this fire, and he matches his fire with water, and you know, normally you'd think, you know, he'd come out as air and steam, but what happened is that would you know, maybe be a natural positive combination growth,
Yeah.
right? But what happened is it kind of went backwards. You know, and you know, so the cracks in this kid's armor is that he's Earth-like now. There's you know, and he's not Earth. he's not fire.
He's water.
He's water, and he's just got all these layers of, you know, it's essentially like, you know, crust on his magic.
Yeah.
You know, so his meta narrative is actually the. I don't
He
know,
would take 5 minutes under the, he'd be one of the ones that actually, like, takes 5 minutes under the hat. Under the sorting hat.
right.
You know, he takes a minute to fucking, wait, where do you belong?
Right. So whereas he could maybe eventually, you know, I don't know, turn, you know, you would think he should be able to flip his problems and go air or something like that.
Right.
And that's what house they put him in or something like that. But you know, he really belongs in a
water house.
in a water house, and you know, maybe that's why he gets stuck with the wand maker Strange, because that whole water
Fire deal.
and you know, if he grows and
Or
prospers,
water and earth. She's fire.
water and fire, because we said he's a water guy, Crumb's Venom fire. You know, I don't know, just logically, I'm thinking that makes steam and air.
Yeah.
And so we know the wand maker's air guy, and so he gets stuck with air. You know, and like whatever the equivalent of the sorting hat is, that thing kind of sucks. You know,
Right?
it's reading these 2 layers of magic, and it's thinking that, you know, all right, bam, I'm seeing these 2 layers of magic, put them together, you know, and the kid's not even air. He's
water.
He's water, and what you're in his daily life, you know, everything about him seems to be some sort of brick earth thing, you know, and none of it's who he is, you know. Maybe somehow this kid inside is like a, you know, ballerina dancer, but that's he's got his father's magic all over him.
And that's what I was kind of going for with the water. Like, maybe if he could be a diver, he'd be the greatest diver.
Yo, so maybe he ends up with the tunicorn, you know, the very forward male, you know, and yeah, I think he ends up with that, and that's the magical animal, and I know how to get there to a certain degree. Which, if you've been listening to this far, you might have been waiting for how to do this. I probably should have set it up, but you hold on.
Yeah, hold on a tick. Victor is not Victor Jr. I hate juniors. And and when you're writing any script, you pretty much go down the alphabet and make sure that all your characters have their names begin with a different letter. That's just standard practice. Apparently, unless you're writing Dragon Ball Z.
The second.
Jesus. So yeah, so not Victor. Alexandros. Alexandros. You know, nice, strong, Russian-ish sounding name.
Yeah.
You know, he was the dude in Star Fox. He was like the bad guy in Star Fox. Sounds like something Victor Crumb would name his kid.
Yeah.
Alexander, you know, went around the world, conquered, you know. It's an upgrade from Victor. Victor to Victor of the known world.
Right.
And I cried because there were no more worlds to conquer. I wept. So which of course is shortened to Xander. And Xander's cool. You know,
Yeah.
if you're American, you like Xander. Everybody likes the name Xander. So yeah, fix right there. And I like leaving the name, whatever the monster girl is. You know, I like leaving that open
For you know to play with.
Yeah, to play with. You know, and the French girl, we haven't named her either.
Yeah.
Cool beans. Moving on. So I was talking about how to get to transform your Patronus into a magical animal.
Right.
Not a problem. Not a problem. All right. So you got to begin somewhere, and then you can play with. And anybody who's read Christopher Pike, growing up, there was this. Actually, Twilight is based on it. Stephanie might have read the Sati series, the Last Vampire series.
Okay.
So you get knee deep in the Last Vampire series. It's like not disc, but book 3 or 4 or something like that. There's an alchemist, right?
Okay.
And we've heard of alchemy class. I've never seen alchemy class in Harry Potter. Have you ever seen alchemy class in? Oh, and if you go to the Oregon State University chemistry building, right out front, they've got all kinds of alchemy symbols.
Yeah.
You know, because that's chemistry. So here's what the alchemist does, and of course from here you're gonna know what to do with the Patronus. He takes the vampire blood, then he he puts it in a crystal, and I think his is he uses different crystals.
Right.
He has no idea what he's doing, and neither does our wand maker.
No.
But he has an idea of what he's doing, and we had a conversation earlier where do you remember the historian kid starts pulling out books?
Yeah.
Xander, I guess now. It starts pulling out books, historical books, and it has the history of spells.
Yeah.
You know, and he's able to build it's almost like the Pokemon evolution sort of mentality. You know,
Yeah.
where you see like the different states.
Yeah.
Right, and he's able to kind of build that sort of mentality with his history books.
Yeah.
Okay, so which we'll get back to, I guess. And I'll try to make it quickly because we're getting kind of long here. So the alchemist takes the blood and puts it in, let's say, quartz,
Okay.
and then puts it in this crystal. And like they say, there's a hole through the pyramid, and it
Yeah.
goes down, and
You can see the moonlight reflecting through.
you nailed it. You nailed it. Right. So he does it. He does it with the sun. He does it with the moon. He puts the blood in different crystals. Puts it in the sunlight, in the moonlight, in starlight, in firelight, in the morning light, in the twilight evening dusk.
Right.
During an eclipse. During a lunar eclipse.
And it's dragon's blood.
So you do all these things, and you do it to your Patronus.
Right.
You take your Patronus and you put it. Okay, so you automatically see where immediately my thought was.
Yeah.
The Patronus is an animal. You want it to be a different animal. So you could take. Oh no, the blood of a unicorn is bad news bears to mess with. But what happens
when you throw your Patronus through it?
Yeah, like the moonlight through the certain type of crystal. You got to try a few different types.
Yeah.
And then, but I mean, so you do that to
Patronus.
Yeah, you do that to your Patronus. So let's say your Patronus is a bird. You know what I mean? So now you've got somehow a unicorn. And you would have to lay in, because that's what happens in the book The Last Vampire too. The dude like lays in the moonlight with the moon going through his girlfriend. The alchemist lays on the table Frankenstein style, in the moonlight through the
crystal.
Yeah, very I almost want to say Willow,
Style.
right? And and he's able to take on properties of a vampire through this vampire blood, So it doesn't have to be as dark as that. And I think if you were to use like unicorn blood, especially like, a unicorn that you sacrifice, like you're immediately going to Thestral Town.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's you are gonna get some Thestral. Like if it's a horse and you were trying to go for unicorn, good luck.
Right.
Congratulations, you just made a Thestral, buddy, and it's gonna eat you. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why it wants meat. It wants you.
Yeah.
So that's dark. But maybe you do it different ways. And maybe you ask the unicorn. You know what I mean? And it's if Strange does it, it's a big no. Can't even get the unicorn. So it's gonna take a while. You know what I mean?
Unicorn.
Right. The bow bottoms girl on top of the monster girl, on top of anything that it takes a lot to get a unicorn to hang out with this group.
Right.
And for them to get,
blood from it.
Blood, horn, tail, hair, and this does not need to be, let's use and abuse this poor unicorn.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's you keep it light, and you maybe get good things out of it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But that's who's to stop you going for especially this kid. I always had the idea that his family got their money from an illery. Like a house of bad items.
Yes.
What's that hand where it's like a candle that's a hand that it's Danny Pomanda drew one for me. It's like this candle. He like pulled it out
know
of the
the
air
name of
years
this
ago.
too. I had it the other day.
Is the hand of glory?
Thank you.
Okay, and then there's the monkey paw, which gives you the several wishes, and then it goes back.
Corrupt.
They're all corrupt, and it goes back to the full hand. And the closet that Draco uses as a teleportation closet, which, by the way, I think I've got this image in my mind of you take the time turner and you turn it into like old Ben of a clock.
Okay.
Like you use like a massive time turner. Like the kind where it's like the coffee table hourglass size, and that bad boy's gonna be spinning very fast, but it's mounted at the top of one of those cabinets.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And like that makes it a Doctor Who.
Right. Grandfather clock.
Yeah, like a grandfather clock that you could, or like you could do. Just the simple fact that we went there immediately just goes to show you what you could, how quickly you can write out in your device.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So now we've got a grandfather clock. Second generation is the grandfather clock. First generation, actually, third generation is grandfather clock. Second generation is the Draco Malfoy transportation hideaway booth.
Yeah.
That's got this massive time turner mounted on the roof. And then Gen
1 is time turner.
Is time turner and or the booth.
Yeah.
But now we've got, what's his name? Bruce Wayne of a kid, now he's going to want to put this bad boy in his house or something like that. This just anyway, he goes through the two, him and his friend go through the same conversation we just had, And with it, that's the kind of thing you do with your teacher. We talked about him being smarter than his teachers.
Yes.
That's something you get to say that to the teacher, and now the teacher looks kind of like, my student came to me with a thought I never thought of. And usually, somehow that moment traditionally has gone down badly in a classroom. It doesn't have to.
Yeah.
You know, it could just, whoa, nice thought, you know, good on you, you know, and instead, you know, everybody had classes that were filled with moments that didn't go as smoothly as that, you know, it turned all weird socially.
The Bow Bottoms girls,
Thank you.
play with, Mirror Mirror.
Yeah, Mirror Mirror.
That's one of their games, and it's really just looking at it's watching Muggles,
Oh, that's right. Mirror Mirror on the wall.
and they just watch Muggles.
No, what's the new version after the time travel? Magic Mirror on the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now it's Magic Mirror on the wall. Well, not in ours, not in this. It's
Ours is gonna be
Mirror on the wall for real.
Right.
Yeah, so that's a good way as like a spy device to look onto Muggles. Okay. And I loved the bit that you brought up with the dragon, you know.
Yes.
So there's you know, dragon's blood on his snake thing. You know, he gets some good dragon's blood out of you know, Dumbledore's old supply. You know, that stuff went somewhere.
Right.
You know what I mean? You know, and now you got a way to make your snake. You know, if that's what it takes. Yeah, if that's the way you want to go with it, there's an easy way to make your snake into a dragon.
Right.
You know, you want it to be like this, you know, fiery, you know, outdoor green dragon. Man, you're gonna need some sunlight for that.
Right.
You know, you might need a morning sunlight, in which case the thing can't face upward to the noon. It's got to face toward, and you got to wait for a red dawn.
Right.
You know, now you get a red dragon.
Right.
See, it's that easy, you know, and you can just
play with
really
things like that.
Exactly, you know, not happy with you know, and I like leaving the monster girls, you know, thing open too. You know,
yeah.
we you know, the tunic corn was a nice hit for Xander,
right?
Xander Crumb, the crane that turns that we get to go to a phoenix.
Yeah,
you know what I mean, and you know, you can get light through a phoenix feather. It might take fire light.
Yeah.
There you go. Fire light, and you know, probably through, you know, some sort of spyglass type thing.
And that night in the winter.
Interesting. And she just gets stuck doing it in the winter.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And it just comes out white because of
right. All the what are those nice grapes? It doesn't matter. The grapes where you get frostbite, and it's Riesling grapes. You know, it's Riesling grapes time.
Yeah.
Which you know, and you can see them outside, and that's your kind of winter France kind of time.
Yeah.
You know, real nasty time to get shoved into the water.
Right.
Right. Oh, and the only reason why I got focused on going downstairs into the basement and doing the Philosopher's Stone thing as an adventure is not that you're mirroring the first Harry Potter, which after thinking about the, you know,
you don't
the music, no, you don't want to marry that. But that's not your ending adventure. That's the four of them just meeting each other. Adventure and just like doing something.
Correct.
You know, and you know, it's not only a fun thing to do, it's also fun to say Philosopher's Stone a bunch, not say Sorcerer's Stone. It's also fun to get them all wet. Direct fire Philosopher's Stone.
Yes.
And the reason I wanted to drag them down there is because the thing about gifts, I feel like that the strange guy is somehow his friends teach him that it's a good idea to give gifts.
Right.
You know, and I don't know, maybe the Monster Girl starts it, you know, cafeteria kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know, hey, don't eat those brownies, they're terrible. You know, and you know this and this, the cake is better. In fact, I picked all the nice little truffles off the Halloween tray. You know, you can have some of mine. You know what I mean? And you know, he looks like he needs a sandwich. You know, get this kid a sandwich. And and maybe that's only after he takes like not just one but two attempts to make friends with her. You know what I mean? Just out of nowhere. I'm the new kid. I'm gonna go sit with the chick that's the girl that's sitting by herself. Because I'm definitely feeling by myself here.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And another cool thing that I wanted to mention was and it had to do with, once again, giving gifts, is he is sneaky. You're never really sure.
Yeah, this is a fun sneaky thing to do.
You're never
so he'd be down with doing some sneaky stuff. He's Slytherin. He's gonna go sneaky.
You're never sure if his deeds are good or not. Well, they are, but you never. Sometimes good deeds paved with bad intentions.
I'm gonna say he's a chaotic.
So my point is he sends out Christmas cards to everybody because the monster chick probably works in the owlery.
Right, and it's a good way to say hello to your next school.
Right.
Your next school, he's next.
But he also uses it now that he's met the artist chick to not only spy, but maybe even like get into your house.
But you'd have to actually have like a picture of the inside of your living room and like paint the picture.
Right.
And then she could do that.
Right.
And along with this massive cadre of spells, which of course the kid with the art he's got one or two that are helpful for it.
Right.
They can that gives him something to actually
collaborate
talk to. That's right. He doesn't want to walk around with her because she's clearly
hot
gonna get
shit or whatever.
Yeah. He
wants to hang out with her because she's art.
He'd be willing to hang out with her to like more or less exchange information, to kind of have a tutor vibe towards her. That's something he's willing to do. Whereas she is, kind of social climate, kind of just trying to get,
get the hang of the.
Well, get with the dude that's at her level.
Yeah. She's trying to get the feel of the group as well.
Yeah, and she didn't know there was a group even.
Yeah.
Surprise, surprise! There's a group.
And she's not gonna be left out of the group.
Right. It's like the two losers and the cool and cream of the crop, and she comes snuggling up to the cream of the crop, and he's all like, "I'm busy talking to my loser buddy here." Who you're
never gonna.
And you look like you don't have the time for people like him, and I don't have the time for people like that.
Right? And he told me you bully him.
Yeah, and so this is like a hard sell, for her. So she's got to work at it. She's willing to.
Yeah.
And generally I would say the monster girl, she's not willing.
Yeah.
There's I don't. If we go for dialogue, it's gonna take forever to fit. No. I wanted to move on to the Narnia thing.
Yes.
So you mentioned the dragon thing. I loved it earlier, and I love how you just give me little mentions, which are ideas, and then I can
build off,
and then come back around to something that you approve of.
And it helps for the audience as well, because it gives them something to be like, oh yeah, and I could do this, and I can do that.
Right. Yeah, just playing with these ideas, and one of the ideas we have written down here, what is this, Pat? The unending curse.
The unending curse.
Oh, the never-ending story, except all bad. And now that I think about it, it occurs to me that the Harry Potter and the Cursed Child is a little on the nose. So it's not any kind of title. One Major Strange, I like that. That's nice.
I do too.
But the Narnia. You mentioned Narnia, and that brought us to dragons.
Yes, because Edmund was a dragon.
Right, and then I was like, oh well, of course the kid who seems to be a Slytherin thus far,
it's gonna be the dragon.
Is has the snake upgrade to magic equals dragon.
Yes.
Booyah, that's pretty cool.
And if we want to, real quick, I wanted to say this earlier. If we want to not go with snake because it's already been done, salamander. Salamander like has the same tongue, so it clearly speaks the same language.
Not bad, not
you know
bad.
what I mean?
Now you get the now you get the feet, the dragon with the feet.
Right.
It's a little bit different, you know. That's cool. That's cool. Salazar, not
Yeah.
snakes. It's salamanders this time.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly. And it doesn't give you as creepy of a feel.
All right, so right, and the other
Or
thing.
ominous. Doesn't give you as ominous of a feel.
True, and which shows character growth as well. I mean, like literally to go from a snake, you know, or well, I guess it'd be a salamander.
Yeah, but nobody went salad.
That's more hardcore. He goes more hardcore.
Yeah, he thought about it, you know?
Maybe more hardcore is a good meta narrative, you know, for somebody who's kind of withdrawn and emo. You know, somebody who's very respectful, you know, but sneaky. You know, I'm gonna sweet talk my way through this. Very nice, very nice. And once this professor and I are gonna be friends, I bet you he's got quite a potions closet.
Right, exactly.
You know, I'm gonna be nice to this portrait of this Kakarot guy, and that's just one more step towards making this headmaster like me.
Right.
And so when I light something on fire, it's all right.
Or when I'm headmaster one day.
And that's how he meets Xander, right? Or when I'm headmaster one day, my portrait's going to get along really well with Crumb's portrait, who gets along with, you know, I'm going to be talking to Kakarot in between Crumb's portrait. What was I just saying? I kind of got off track there.
Sorry.
No, my bad.
I didn't.
Oh, Xander. That's how he and Xander meets. Of course. The deal is that he gets there several weeks early over summer break.
Okay, I was gonna say maybe he gets there like 2 weeks late from summer break because of Tibet.
I hear you. I think he spent his summer.
Okay.
It's a weird reference. And so, you know, like he spent his summer in Tibet. What'd you do with your summer? Well, I was in Tibet. Like, who says that?
Right?
Right? But, like, you know, he had to, like, you know, basically database all the prophecy scrolls to replace all the horns
that went
that went down due to you know.
It's part of his
it's like working at a law firm or something like that, and you pick up law firm knowledge. It's, you know, he interned at you know, a magic school where, you know, he had to learn Tibetan, or, you know, you're not getting your sugar, milk, and cow and grass, or bread.
Right.
You know. Oh, or yes, Tibetan, no dice on the cow there.
No dice.
My bad.
Cow.
My bad.
Chicken.
I'm
Fish.
Tofu. They eat tofu. We can just move on. Yeah.
Can definitely eat fish.
I don't know what they eat in Tibet. It's my bad.
I think you can eat fish in any.
We're getting way. I
Anyways,
don't not worry
yes.
about it. Not worried about what lunchtime is there. Although I guess
No, just
moving on. We spent it. Yeah, that's what they had for lunch. The tofu and
rice.
tofu and rice. You got it. What else was I? Oh, the Narnia thing. Before I get to the Narnia thing, there were the one last school, and it's the school that was the Xanadu. There's the Chinese.
Okay.
You know, it used to be this air and kites. And
whatnot,
you know,
temple.
and lanterns in the sky at night. You know, the with the little
the
flame in it.
rice
Right,
paper
just
flame.
right, like all night long. And like the way to get there is you have to go down the one, I think it's like Mekong River or something like. No. I was just building in my head real quick. I was something about the pyres that come off the river.
Yeah.
But no, they're like way far apart. But that's what it looks like around that school or something like that. But that one's way up in the mountaintops too,
Right.
and it's like above the clouds and it's very mystical. Okay, so that's Xanadu, and that's a school. But then like a whole bunch of dudes got on what is it, like Zeppelins?
Yes.
You know, with
air balloons.
Air balloons with huge campfires and these huge baskets with lots of people, and they went all the way up the Bering Strait. You know, from China, and then went all the way back down to, what is it, like Peru. And then, you know, with their big Zeppelins, they drew the Nazca lines. And those are that's your Peruvian school. That's one of your Peruvian schools, I guess. I believe she has another one, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's our Peruvian school. And you're talking about is it J.K. Rowling's that talks about the hand magic a lot?
No, but I did. She has it in there. It's
okay. The African hand magic school.
Yes, it's African hand magic.
Yeah,
school.
yeah, and that's a good reference too. That sounds,
I think that's one of his previous schools.
Right. That just sounds like a cool school, man. It's that's a cool sabbatical for an anthropologist.
It's where he learned like a little bit of voodoo and hand magic.
Oh, well, voodoo's a little bit farther away.
Okay.
But voodoo's kind of neat too, man. Maybe there was another exchange student,
right,
from Dominican Islands, Haiti, Florida,
and taught him that in the African school.
Yeah. He picked up a little voodoo with a fellow exchange student. As I said, the great chain of reading, wider world.
Yeah.
Not that we need to visit that voodoo school, but he has a friend that went to the voodoo school. Some really dark dude who's just cool.
Yeah.
He
learned a couple of cool things.
The strong silent type or something like
helped that. Helped the guy with his hand language while that guy helped him with the voodoo.
Just got interested in voodoo.
Right.
Now, we said voodoo 1,000 times, but, it should still... That was another thing we were talking about with the wand maker, is not only that he's a chaotic,
but he wants to learn everything.
He wants to learn everything, so he did want to know... How, he would be interested to know the process of the thestral thing we learned earlier. Not because he wants to do it or he thinks it's a good idea, but just it's if I take unicorn's blood, especially if taken violently or whatever, and then I run it through the moonlight or sunlight or whatever at this and this time of day, what am I going to get? And it's all going to be bad news bears. All right, let's start building out how this works.
Right.
You know what I mean? I think I can make a man into a wild bear.
Yeah.
Via this process, and it doesn't have to be this process, but the Sati process, the last vampire process, pretty cool for changing a Patronus.
And works really well.
Right. Pretty cool for changing a Patronus. Yeah, and how and that's the Patronus is a good experimental phase actually, now that I'm thinking about the thing with the moonlight.
Yeah.
Straight down the barrel. Like noontime moonlight, sort of down the barrel.
Yeah.
Through the crystal, nice fat wide crystal takes all the light, that passes through this tunnel.
Yeah.
And then totally nails perfectly every square inch of this thing you lay on. And either you fit on it,
Patronus.
Right, and you set it like a table, and you do it with your Patronus, and it's almost like walking in, into a shadow. You get darker. You walk into the light, you get brighter. You walk into the Patronus, goes into the light from this thing, and it's as if you're walking.
You're changing,
right? Walking from one room to another, and now there's wings projected onto you, or some such, and through the feathers of a bird, plus this thing, which this sheet of amber, which has this special spell, Now we've got a Pidgeotto, or you know what I mean, respectively.
Yeah, the next evolution.
Right, and okay, so the Narnia thing, pardon me, is related to the unending cure, the unending curse, the note, and I don't know what the unending curse note is.
I don't,
but I can tell you this: in Narnia, there's the deplorable word.
Right.
The witch of she's the I believe the White Witch in the Lion, the Witch in the Wardrobe.
Yes.
And back in the day, if anybody who's got a production company, Disney, if you're listening, dude, go straight for The Magician's Nephew? Yeah, go straight for The Magician's Nephew. It's a wonderful
Netflix
tale.
is doing it.
Oh, thank God. Netflix.
I don't know if they're doing The Magician's Nephew, but I know they bought the whole deal.
Yeah, I'm interested in The Magician's Nephew.
And they're the only ones who have.
Oh.
Disney and all the rest of them never did that. That's all. But
yeah.
yes.
all this producer stuff.
Sorry, but yes,
you know who owns everything. I don't know.
Yeah, the Chronicles of Narnia.
I just write, man. I'm just the writer. I don't know.
But back to the Narnia.
Okay, so
Comment.
Right. So in Narnia, they go to this other world, where it's a big red Kryptonian sun, and everything's just still, and it's creepy still. And on film, that's
creepy.
That's creepy and cool. That's a cool place to enter into.
And when we say still, like nothing.
Like nothing. And once again, I'm reminded of the booths. The booth that Draco Malfoy. And our guy is strange. He's not just Snape, but to a certain degree, he's like a Malfoy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's a Malfoy. And I almost feel like the Alexandros. I almost feel like I mentioned Seamus Finnegan, the guy who accidentally blows stuff up all the time. And I feel like he's somewhere between Neville Longbottom
and Seamus Finnegan.
Right.
I was kind of thinking
because Seamus Finnegan has a bit of a personal fire to him. And
Neville really doesn't.
And Neville really doesn't. But Neville is this clumsy, ungainly, kind of, and ends up being quite tall.
Yes.
And so it
works out.
And Seamus is kind of a thick dude, is it? So he's kind of a thick Scotsman, Irishman, something like that.
Scotsman.
And anyway.
Seamus.
Is it? I thought it was Seamus.
It is, but it's supposed to be Seamus.
Well, my pronunciation.
They did it wrong in the movies.
I try.
Too,
I do my best. So they go to, and like I said, I'm reminded of the Malfoy's booth, where you can use this booth to transport from one place to another. And I'm not interested in ever that becoming some sort of Doctor Who booth.
Yeah.
Ever. The clock, the grandfather clock. Yeah. To me, that's a wave of the hand. It's a transmutation. It's a warp drive. It's just a device.
Yeah, it's just a device.
And it's not even one that should be used much. You can wind the clock. Obviously, It's easily mechanically made, and I'm not really interested in our wand maker making it. But of course, now the clock hands are wands. Of course they are. They're wands. Anyway, it's so easy to make. All these things are fun to play with.
Yeah.
The deplorable word is the deplorable word was spoken in the Red Land that the witch was in Narnia. Okay, so that's what the unending curse is. The unending curse is the deplorable word.
Okay.
Very, very cool idea, and it's kind of like the crucifixion of Jesus, or the third reconciliation of the bless you. It's some alchemical thing. The second reconciliation of the third alchemical marriage.
Okay.
And the idea is that it's a thing that happened once. You did the magical ceremony, and it's been done now. And now it doesn't need to be done again because it was done. And all you have to know is that happens, and that happened.
Right.
And so the unending curse is the deplorable word in Narnia.
Okay.
It's the only thing I can make sense of this note. And I kind of like it.
Okay.
So in Narnia, they ring the bell. It kind of ends the deplorable word on their world. And the White Witch waits up, follows them through the portal equivalently. For them, it's rings. It's the green and the yellow rings.
Yeah.
And I have no problem bringing those rings back in either. And we started this talking about Voldemort's ring, the Marvolo's ring.
Marvolo's.
Right. And that was like a red or purple ring, right? Some sort of version of one of these,
those rings.
Right. And if I want to, I can make up, how the spectrum does whatever.
Right.
But I think it was in Narnia. It was yellow brought you to the world in between worlds.
Yes.
And the green brought you back, or some such. Or is it the green brush of the world between worlds? Because it was the green grass in the worlds. Doesn't matter. They had a purple ruby one, you know, and so anyway,
and that was the magician.
Right. You know, for all intents and purposes, it was Professor Strange or Dr. Norell's, you know, son.
Right.
Something like that. So the deplorable word in this case, I felt the unending curse. I felt was the lack of magic in the world, like just literally the ratio of Muggles to wizards.
That's a good point.
You know, and there was just some families or some the net. There's cracks in the armor on this one.
Yeah,
it's been running a while. You know, there's cracks in the armor. There's families that had it before.
Right.
You know, that didn't lose their magic.
And families that are getting it again.
Yeah, and families that are getting it again.
Like Hermione.
Right, and you know, more over time. And but it's still strong. Yeah. And it's still gonna be strong. You know what I mean? And so that's the unending curse. Is that people have had the magic taken out of them in the world en masse.
Yeah.
You know,
and it's from the deplorable word.
Right, and so it's the kind of thing where ultimately, you know, Harry Potter's the special. You know, and maybe Strange here is the special, but he's forcing it. You know, he's making himself. He's giving it the old college try, so to speak. Yeah. You know, and he's making it the special, but he is, you know, mechanically inclined. Yeah. You know, but he is also putting effort into it. You know, and his buddy Alexandros is actually used to not putting in effort. You know, if he goes to, you know, he can crush whatever he needs to in his environment. His physical abilities are superior to his environment. You know, he can barely. And he's smart. And he's smart. And he crunches all these books. But you know, he's not social. He's not. He's things are given to him. Right. That's not where I was going with this.
You were going with everything gets handed to him.
Uh-huh.
Or that's what you had mentioned. That
he's used to not trying, not because everything's handed to him, but which it is, you know. But he's used to not. He's not going to be good at sports anyway. He's used to getting suckered into it by his dad. But as far as actual effort goes, that's going to go into the books, not the sports. Not the sports. And his dad's like, books. And his dad's like, just do the sports. You know, and he does them, and he does them exactly that tone exactly, and he does them.
It's bad.
Yeah. So that's all I was saying there. All right. So the deplorable word is the lack of magic in the world, and that's the ultimate end game of this. Oh, not deplorable word, the unending curse.
Yeah, and that's the. Finally, that's where the unending curse is all about. Is the deplorable word.
Right.
And them trying to end the deplorable word.
Or the unending curse, as I guess we're calling it here. And not just that, but finding out that it even existed. Which, of course, would be a good thing to learn at the Tibet School of Prophecies. That the unending curse will be ended. Or something like, you know, some weird doublespeak like that, you know, backward. You know, thus ends the unending curse, or something like that. The strange days.
Yeah.
You know, something about the strange days. Not that the strange days are ending, but that the strange days are beginning.
Nice.
You know, and there's this kid named Strange, and he's like, "Ooh, that's neat." You know what I mean? And I also had this idea that, like I said, the booth. The way to go with that booth is not back and forwards in time, you know, but it's this idea of being teleported.
Yeah.
You know, but moving laterally. And I feel like if you can power this bad boy up, you can move laterally across like multiverse.
Yeah.
Which is essentially what was going on in Harry Potter and the Cursed Child. But it seems to me there's a way of being more efficient about it.
Okay.
or having more fun with it. And the only reason why I was taking us down into the basement with the whole Philosopher's Stone, um, and the giving of gifts, had to do with McGonagall. Do you remember the McGonagall bit?
Yeah. McGonagall's whole deal is,
That we like McGonagall.
yeah.
That we want McGonagall still around. And
So we give her gifts.
that's right. So if Harry, or not Harry,
Our wand maker.
I can't believe I just said Harry. Our wand maker, who probably should refer to Harry, I think, as I think he's kind of his arc is to have to move away from being an elitist.
Yeah.
Just default elite. So like he thinks that Harry should be king. Is just offhand King Harry.
Yeah.
And they're like he's who? King who? King Harry, King Harry Potter, King Potter. And they're just like he's not king. He's king now, right? Yeah. No.
Right.
No, he's not king. Oh well, one of these days, whatever. And they're just like, okay, that's a weird opinion. And he just thinks Harry Potter should be the king of wizards.
Right.
And everybody these days wants to be you said it.
Everybody wants to be Harry Potter.
So they're oars.
So they're oars.
Right.
Making lots of cops around.
For no reason.
Which gets them into trouble.
Right,
More
because
often.
it's like, if the magic ministry is all up in your house without even being there, this is a police state, man.
Right.
This is absolutely an Orwellian, it's like you're watching TV on your iPad and you listen to something you shouldn't have, you see this video you shouldn't have seen, and then you go back and find it again and the NSA smokes your iPad. Now you're just standing here with this halt and catch fired piece of brick. That's like the equivalent of what's going on. Stalin reaches in and takes out some Soviet guy's TV. I mean, that's
Right.
because he saw an American program for a second. That's about what the Ministry of Magic's got on the lockdown here. So everybody's an aura, and it's creepy. So it's fun to work around these guys.
Yeah.
And to go from a society that's gotta be overtly lawful, right? I mean, after Voldemort swept through, and all of society, what the next generation wants is a high turning. They want conformity. They want everything to go back to normal.
Yeah.
I don't want the crazy days anymore. Can't we all just get along? I'm gonna have a square front yard with this one color of grass, and this box that's just an acceptable box. Anyway.
Real quick, can I?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned Sybil Trelawney and how great of a character she was.
Yeah.
How she was a likable character.
Oh, absolutely.
How
Absolutely.
likable of a character
I was
she
just-
was based on. Yeah.
My pause was just that she could have used some backup from Harry on her resume. Anyway.
My thing I wanted to throw in real quick was maybe there should be a teacher who's not very good at magic. Okay? But is good at magic. Our magic. Muggle magic. But isn't that great at wizarding magic.
Nice.
But is really great at sleight of hand tricks. Disguises.
That's hilarious. Maybe that's a trick for the monster girl, man.
Okay.
It turns out that she's actually like funny, likable because she, once you get her out of her shell, it's one of those things where she had the magic kit and just worked it for a while. Went to, she's got this whole story, I went into this said magic store on it,
Right.
and I was like, what magic store what? That's not a name of a store. It's not Bo Bottom's house of magical items that are orange. It wasn't nothing like, it just said magic store. I was like, what is this? Magic gift shop? So
I got the magic kit.
So I went, and there's of course nothing in it is enchanted, and we're writing dialogue now. Here we go.
Nothing's enchanted.
It's very easy. It's fun to play with.
Yeah.
Did we have one or two more notes here? Anything else to cover? Oh yeah, there was the one thing where the historian kid pulls out his one magic book, and he looks in it and he sees the 3 plants. So there's 3 magic plants, and
thank you. Yes, I wanted to say that way.
Yeah, you brought that up initially. Please, the 2.
So the plants are the mandrake.
The mandrake, the thing that screams.
The thing that screams.
Okay, so that's
and has a little dude.
Right.
Which is a big deal.
Right.
So there's the mandrake. Then there's the man eater. I can never remember what the man eater one. Oh.
It's the vines. The very
yeah.
And Hermione, I think it's one of the challenges in the second movie, and Hermione's gotta use Lumos, and then the plants go away.
Let her go.
Yeah, because somehow they don't like light. It just escapes me at the moment what those plants are called. Anyway, that's killing me.
No, the mandrake is different.
Moving on. So there was only 2 major plants, and it occurred to me that if you go into the bottom of, in a herbology way, which should be probably one of the girls, I think.
Yeah.
Probably Monster Girl as well.
Yeah,
I don't know why I keep stacking stuff on her end. But I feel like that the French girl is so easy to write for and so easy to stack other sort of
things. Yeah, she's more she gets the fancy stuff.
And I feel like she comes preloaded with a little bit of knowledge ahead of everybody else. And then the rest of the group
catches up.
Yeah, like they get to she's did you know this and they didn't, and like now I've got an idea and I'm off to the races. Thank you.
Right.
And the girl French. Oh well, you're welcome. So I think she's so easy to do that for. That I'd like to the botany and the animals thing, they seem to go together in my head. So she's like. Got Neville's skill set as well as Hagrid's.
Yeah.
I just, I feel like it's easy enough. She knows about, the creatures in the world. Whatever animal kingdom whatever kingdom they be from.
Right.
Not animal kingdom. So your mission at the end is to get rid of the unending curse.
Yes. From the deplorable word, yeah.
Yeah. Well, from the unending curse.
Yeah.
To get rid of that bad boy. And in the end, what happens is that, you get the Magneto scene. Where Magneto, he's playing chess, at the very end of X-Men, whatever. It's like a extra scene.
Yeah.
And he's had his powers taken away because he was shot with the needle. And they took away X-Men abilities, and it's been a long time, and he goes to, put his finger near the chess piece that's metal, and it, just moves ever so slightly. Right.
That's what's happened to the world.
Right. It's happening all over the world. You know what I mean? And, somebody's reaching out to a tree branch to touch the leaves, and the leaves start to grow into their hand. You know what I mean? All kinds of fun stuff, And
it's now... He's trying to get magic back.
Yeah, he's trying to get magic back into the world.
Yeah.
He's trying to grow trees that were grown with magic to begin with. I have the sideways trees are sometimes cool. Anyway, that was about all I had at the moment, except for the plants. I skipped on the plants. So the third plant was related to the Sorcerer's Stone. I got this idea that the Philosopher's Stone in the bottom of bow bottoms. I got this idea that they would want to give to Professor
McGonagall.
Thank you. A gift. You know, it's something he does, like you said, Christmas cards type things.
Yeah.
You know, good segue into his next school. Traditional thing to do. But McGonagall's a big star. And she's old at this point. Really, really old, right? And we want to keep McGonagall around. I mean, I just personally want to keep her around.
I do too.
Everybody likes McGonagall. What would be really cool is not to just Nicholas, because then it's like, oh well, I want, you know, makes you want a Nicholas Flamel in the McGonagall, right? So that's the impulse, but we've already got Nicholas Flamel. So what you really want to do is you want to backwards age McGonagall.
Right.
So okay, so how do I accomplish this backwards age McGonagall? So I can get a young, I get like a Professor McGonagall who's like headmaster of Hogwarts, you know, and she looks like a student. You know, like how cool is something like that? You know what I mean? Or she looks like a prefect. It's like, oh no, that's the headmistress. Oh no, she's she's like 100 years old. And it's like, whoa, that's the famous Professor McGonagall, right? And how you get there by suckering her into it. You don't get, you know, it just happens to her. And how does it happen to her? The same way that all kinds of professors, they get suckered into their drink somehow, like their water or whatever. So of course they're at Bow Bottoms. And I went. It immediately occurred to me that they're at Bow Bottoms. That's how I got to the water. There's probably a Philosopher's Stone down in the basement. So you go down there and you get it from the raw source. You know what I mean? You get not just the water that gushes over it through the pipes, but you do this whole thing where like you cut off the water supply.
Right.
You know, and you back up the pipes and you probably burst them. Now that I'm thinking about it, you know, the whole Goonies scene where they're, you know, and then Sloth pushes up all the pipes and then it's a wreck after that. It's bad. You know, so of course you do that with Xander. Xander does the sloth thing, you know, and there's like screaming up in the girls' bathroom somewhere, and you know, the other kid, like, you know, one of the other ones, the French girl, she turns down, very reasonable, she gets you know, the girl, the monster girl, to turn down the pipe. You know, she's a little bit older, she's looking at the situation. Just turn this down a little bit, and we'll get this nice thick flow. And the scientist guys, I like that. Increase the concentration. Let it pool there. Let it, in fact, let it swish around 7 times. Get it to swish 7, and I'll get it in my whatever it is Galadriel uses to pour into the mirror. And that's cool too. Scrying bowls. Okay. Scrying bowls are neat too, you know. But anyway, you know, some big pitcher thing, some big file thing. I forget what it is. Hers is called, and they're gonna use this water and send it to McGonagall, right? But it comes with like a seed or something like that, and and it has to do with the 2 plants. So you want to make them. The deal is that you tell, that's what it is. They send McGonagall a seed, and they send McGonagall this water because initially it was like, we'll drink this water. Well, that's just minor Nicholas Flamel juice. Yeah, that's just gonna last for, you know, the weekend or whatever. But you really want to de-age McGonagall, right? So you get this. You there's only 2 types of magical plants, and one of them is stronger than the other, right? So the kids are looking at the history of magical botany or whatever, and there's Mandrake, and probably sitting
next to it is Nightshade or whatever
something
it is.
Snare.
Yeah, there we go.
Something Snare, Nightshade.
Night Snare, maybe.
It's still killing me. I can remember the whole poem anyway. Sets in the sun. Anyway, Deadly Snare. Anyway, and he looks at it and he's like, well, the wand maker's looking. You know, the history kid pulls out the book, sees there's only like 3 entries for plants. Right. You know, at the end of the dangerous section. Right? It's like this caution section, and
The three most powerful plants.
Right. And so when you look at them, first there's Mandrake, and then there's Deadly Snare, and then there's this third one. and I was thinking, the Deadly Snare, like the Mandrake, he kind of screams, but you got to pull him out.
Yeah.
And maybe
the Deadly Snare is...
The Deadly Snare seems to move a bit more, and it's more deadly, and it's more intense. And I was thinking, if a third plant was even more deadly and more intense, maybe it was even more magical. Was my thought. And if the snare is just vines that move, like kudzu, I guess you lay in a field and it covers you.
Yeah.
That's essentially what this stuff is. What's a faster moving plant than that is a Venus flytrap.
Right.
And a Venus flytrap is kind of a magical
thing of its own.
Right, which then runs into the thought of
piranha plant.
Piranha plant. That's right. And I was trying to think of the movie Little Shop of Horrors.
Where
the musical.
But the plant eats.
Right, where the plant eats people. But essentially, the piranha plant was my Venus fly. Piranha plant's better looking than a Venus flytrap, is what I'm getting at. Venus flytrap's weird, has eyelashes. That's the Muggle plant.
Yeah.
The piranha plant, we all know, is in Mario, and it's a magical kingdom. And there's the magical piranha plant. Comes from somewhere. Apparently, you might not know this, but the programmer of Mario was, from the world of Harry Potter.
Right.
That's why.
What we're going with.
That's why that. So you feed the piranha plant the water.
Yeah.
The magical water for bow bottoms. And it grows up quickly. And it grows and grows. And then, at the end of 7 days, or maybe it's 9 days. Whatever Drapnir does. There's 8 days, and then on the 9th day it drops 9 rings, or it drops 8 more rings.
Okay.
Every 9 days it drops 8 rings.
I'm not familiar.
There's that one, and then there's the 7 Harry Potter Deathly Hallows deal.
Right.
There's 2 different numbers there. Go ahead, take your pick. Either one is fun. And then once the planet's full grown, Professor McGonagall, and it's got this instructions where you only give it the water twice.
Yeah.
You give it once at the beginning, fills the pot. You have to have a big enough pot to fill all this water, all your dirt, and the seed, and its roots, okay?
And now you're adding in the stone. Or the water, the stone water.
Yeah, the water that the stone washed over. The bow bottom's special water.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Super concentrated, right? And and this is what these kids send McGonagall. She just thinks it's a fun plant. And when the herbologist, Neville Longbottom takes a look at it, piranha plant. That's
really rare.
That's rare and nice and magical, and
somebody really likes you.
Yeah, and she's like, ooh, what does it do? And he's like, I just know it's like the most magical plant there is. I'll have to get back to you on it. It's it's a rare one. And so McGonagall plants this thing, gives it water the second time, and that's when the thing, as she's finishing it off, she stands back, and when the thing, grabs her, and pod people grabs her. And once a pod people grabs her, she's stuck in this thing.
Yep.
And there's when the guy comes back, he's like, what's
the phone?
Neville ends up having to
pull her out.
Or
coming
back and noticing that she's in this thing and panicking and having to go research it and whatnot. And it turns out that the process these kids have cooked up. There's no research. Neville's got nothing on this. It's a panic case. But the process these kids have cooked up is, however long you were from death, that's how old you are when you come out of this pod.
Right.
And so so let's say McGonagall,
Mandrake rooted it.
Right. So when however long McGonagall was from death, that's so let's say she was 19 years from death.
Now she's
19. Right. Or 19 years old.
Nice.
And when she comes out, she's kind of like, I don't really want to spend a ton of time in the sun. And my peach fuzz is kind of green. And it's the kind of thing where you only can do it once. This process happens once. Because now you're kind of a plant person.
Yeah, and you can't do it again.
And you can't do it
Otherwise-
again. It's this funny thing, and it has to be all this communication between our characters, and Hogwarts, and anyway. So there's a bit of an ending to be had. We've got a good team up going here. We've got a good team. We've got a good B plot in the middle. We know what's going to happen in the end, which is that the unending curse has to be lifted.
Yes.
They get it from they get knowledge of it from his school at the beginning, and then some weird mention of it. Around due to Alexandros research. They can go places due to the paintings with the picture. Forget the booth.
Yeah.
Forget the booth. We don't need the booth. The booth is good for a multiverse thing if you need to.
And we know our villain is a squib.
And we know our villain is a squib. That's right. He's this guy who follows wizards and notices magical things, and can't do them, but follows them, and then and tries to take their stuff. And actually, yeah.
Yeah, that's his deal.
That's his deal.
And he might be a Dursley.
He sounds like he's like a good Dursley. That sounds good.
The protagonist, the main villain,
Yeah.
is a squib with magic tricks, like muggle magic tricks. So sleight of hand, pickpocketing, things that the wizarding world wouldn't even think about as far as, yet it still comes off like magic to them. So they think he's a wizard, but he's not.
Right, and so he's got like essentially like a bag, and the idea is that he's his backstory more or less. He's the kind of kid who's been on the lookout for something.
Yeah, he's trying to find something magical. He's
Right.
waiting for that magic score, basically.
Right. He wants to see if a version of him from the future is going to come back and say hello.
Right.
Or some sort of evidence that he's the special. Or at least he's not even worried about that actually.
Or he just wants to uncover the magical world.
Right, he wants to uncover the special. He wants to find the as you said, the magical world. He wants to find the truth behind what he sees, Because as you said, he's good at Muggle magic. Perhaps,
And he sees things. He might
he notices things.
Like he might notice the train between.
Right, the platform between 9 3/4. He is going to notice that.
Yeah, he might not be able to get into it, but he notices it.
Right.
Right.
And he probably has like straight up magic parents, but they don't. They're covering it up. They're Superman being Clark Kent all the time, and he notices, but he is a squib. It's something about the parents covering it up inside themselves, maybe, whatever. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
But,
they wanted to be Muggle.
Right, they want to be Muggle, and they're as a child there was Muggle stuff around the house. He had magical stuff around the house. He had magical toys. He has magical memories.
Magical memories.
And
nice.
for real magical memories. And so he's on the lookout, and he found he noticed something. He found the suitcase, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The Newt Scamander's old luggage.
Suitcase.
Yeah, Newt Scamander's old suitcase.
With no creatures in it.
With no, yeah, right. It's just
But it still has.
it's something the equivalent of that.
Yeah.
It's
still the magic world in a suitcase.
and maybe it's only like 2 or 3 times as big as a normal suitcase.
But it's still.
Yeah, so you wouldn't hop in it. But if you paid attention, you would notice that it's twice as big on the inside as it is on the outside, and that's a little weird.
Maybe that's his hat.
Nah, I'm just saying, like a briefcase. It could be lots of things.
Well, magicians have their hat, and it's always weird how they fit the bunny into the hat.
That's true. He could actually
You know what I mean?
notice that there was this one guy who was messing with Muggles, and it was like, wait a minute, no, that was for real magic. You know, and he was right. You know, how often do you get to be right about that? You know, so he was. You know, and so you know maybe he's pickpocketed. You know, kind of a shady,
Couple of
shady kid. He's you know, and maybe it's not because he's pickpocketing to be a bad kid.
he's pickpocketing to learn magic.
He just thinks this guy had a magical thing, and you know he's been wrong most of the time, and you know maybe feels bad about it, maybe not. But what I'm getting to in the end with this character and this guy is that where the arc goes, you always get the case where like you kill the bad guy. You know, let's
and
I don't,
that.
yeah, I don't need to always kill the dude at the end, you know, and maybe the pickpocket's way older than the rest of the kids. You know, that's fine. You know?
Yeah. Maybe it's even creepy that way.
Yeah, it is creepy. Actually, that's perfect. You nailed it. It is creepy that way. You know, he's 28. They're 18 or less. You know, get away from me, dude. Go do your own thing, man. Like, piss off, yo.
And he just wants to be part of the gang.
Yo, is that guy around the corner again? Is that? It's him. It's him. He's looking the other way.
He now has binoculars.
He's looking the other way now. He's pretending that's all BS. He was looking right at us. And so anyway, so there's that. Yeah, the creepy stalker guy or something like that. You know, when they go to Hogsmeade or the equivalent of it. You know, something like that. Or they just anyway. Yeah, you don't need to kill him in the end. And you can use one of my favorite devices to prevent killing somebody, which is the old just kidnap the kid. You just kidnap the kid, and by that I mean it has to do with time travel, but you don't kill the dude. You just take him to the future. Where all of it's 30 years later now, all of your evil plans don't matter. Right. You know, you send if Marty McFly was evil and you know, or Doc Brown was evil and on the verge of, you know, building his time machine into a nuclear device or whatever the guys wanted him to do, you just kidnap the kid, meaning you kidnap Doc Brown, you send him to 1885, he's not going to be doing much. He's not going to be plutonium anything in 1885. You know, the evil kid Wittenhouse.
Yeah.
You know, back in revolutionary America days. You know, if you take him all the way to 2018, his whole legacy of authoritarian slavery across American history and Illuminati stuff, that's all over with, man. That's done. So when it comes to this kid at the very end, you know, maybe he's looking for his magical double. His future self, you know, send him sideways, send him, you know, our dude, one of our guys from a Slider reality, you know, kidnaps him, you know, he's walking, he thinks he's won, and then just drops, you know, through a portal. Nice. And that's a quick hand wave, and we can do more and better. But,
I had one real quick, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
a good throw for it. A good throw for.
I was just gonna say, sorry, real quick. I was just gonna say, give this guy, you know, let him meet his future past. You know what I mean? Send him to the future. Send him way to the future. And it's a future. And when he gets there, he wasn't there the whole time. You know, it's a future in which they kidnap the kid. It's a future in which they send him way forward. They send him way side to a side reality. You don't need.
You just take him back to your time, even.
I'm just saying, these four, you know, when it really comes down to it, you know, and he takes the super magical thing that they need, you know what I mean? When he's really messing with their science, their portals through the wall, which now I'm starting to think that maybe he gets, by following them, it's kind of like in the movie Jumper, where they start jumping through the portals.
Yeah.
You know? He can maybe when Mario in Mario 64 jumps through the photograph and it's still wobbling and waving,
he can do the same.
That's this kid's chance to jump through too. Anyway, sorry, go for what you're saying.
So what I was gonna say is, you know, you might not have to kill the guy, but it's also, you know, it's also nice to see the villain. You remember Biff?
Yeah.
You didn't kill Biff. You gave him a lot of shit, didn't you?
Okay.
Okay, like literally. Okay, so
That's not bad. That's not bad. Actually, you know, we're like this. You know, it's like haha, suck it. Like every time you turn around, you know, and it took, you know, and that's cool. That brings a lot of, you know, lighthearted. You know, you're gonna foil this dude at every turn, and he's, you know, being that he's 28 and you guys are like 18, you know, so there's like a Goonies kind of thing going on there, you know. So yeah, I would say in structure, something equivalent to the Goonies, but you know,
and Biff.
yeah, in Biff, and considering that, you know, whatever this, whatever your next object or clue is, it's down in the basement of Bow Bottoms.
Yeah.
You know, they get this, you know, they're nice enough to try to do this gift for McGonagall.
Yeah.
You know, and it works. You know, and they have to, Neville sends them a letter and like, what's up with this? And like, you know, is McGonagall going to be okay? And they're like, oh no, we've planned it all out, you know, and check this out, and our logic's sound.
Yeah.
You know, and this is going to happen in 9 days or 7 days or whatever it is.
Yeah.
So, anyway, what was I saying about the kid? Yeah, and so he can steal that item, or, you know what I mean? And so that plot comes back around to him again. And I kind of think he's a Parisian. You know, he's a dude on their, you know, when they go to Hogsmeade, essentially. So,
Yeah.
Anything else that you had?
I've mentioned this a couple times, and I wanted to play with the Marauders map.
Well, that our crew is the Marauders map crew, but what about it?
The actual Marauders map.
What about it?
Well, you and I had talked about how it would probably take a force field, you know, to make them. You'd first have to make the Marauders map before the enchantments over the school began.
Oh yeah, right.
They would be built into the enchantments.
Right. So like the walls of Hogwarts got made, and the floor plan got made, and then you make the Marauders map, and then you finish the castle, and then seal all the enchantments afterwards. And the Marauders map's been there the whole time.
And will now remember all enchantments ever put on.
Okay.
Remember we had mentioned, so that way it would know the passwords and whatever.
Oh, that would make sense, because it has to be because it displays all the passwords. So
and all the students in school.
That's right.
Yeah.
So it's based on the walls of the school itself, and any new magical deals get then transcribed onto it immediately. So it's got to have a base state. This is the science of
the Marauders map.
Well, and it's also the science of Wandmaker Strange.
Right. And so I was thinking what might be a good idea is for him to actually bring down the spells around Books Bottoms during Christmas holiday, because he's the only one there.
What do you mean?
Or
bring
even
down?
Actually dissipate the barrier spells.
That would.
So that he could reform them with his own Marauders map.
You just want to make a new Marauders map.
I do want to just make a new Marauders
Hey,
map.
you know.
But I thought it was cool him breaking down the barriers.
Yeah,
and then making new barriers before anyone noticed.
But my response to that is, good luck. Voldemort can't do it. What? And granted, I think the difference you're saying there is that he's on the inside. Yeah.
Okay. Or maybe does it to him his own.
You know what? I think essentially, what you get. Forget Bow Bottoms. You want to make a new Marauders map? We just mentioned the logic of how to make a Marauders map. We got our 4 guys. We talked about fire, earth, air, wind. We talked about wands, swords, cups, and diamonds, coins, hearts.
Right, clubs, clovers.
Right. So what I'm getting at is these 4 are clearly a house, like a school. In and of
itself.
Right, and to a certain degree, it's almost like a techno. It's like some sort of synthesis of modern
It's MIT for magic.
But these four are MIT for magic.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's really a well-rounded education if you think about it. The one of them's art, you know. The one of them's hands-on studies. You know, she's almost like the Montessori girl. The jock, you know, is like the classics or the core. You know, you just got these books. They're like the standards. You read them.
History, English,
well, not even the core, like the classics, you know, like you read Iliad and Odyssey and stuff that's this guy, the history of this, you know, and then I guess the kid's kind of MIT oriented.
I guess he would know the runes.
Oh yeah, that's another one. Runes.
I was gonna say
become important.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they found a new school. They put on the runes all over the place. They make themselves a new Marauders map. You make the logic of it, you know, at the end of it, and the squib we've been talking about probably should be like headmaster.
Okay.
You know, but it's funny because you could get rid of him, and then he could come back like way older. You know, like 10, 20 years older. Like it took him a while to get back. You know. But like now somehow he's got like a resume, you know. I spent years in the realm of this, the realm of that, Right? Maybe he had to go to all the different schools and ask to be let in, and not get let in, you know. And then finally, like they let him in to this school and give him a position. Maybe not headmaster, but you know.
I was thinking what might be a funny
or a fifth column. Honestly, a fifth column. You know, there's four. Maybe the bad guy comes back, and he becomes the fifth house. You know, and it's like the Squib's house, who have magic items, and you know, because that was maybe part of his deal is that he was trying to use magic items to pass himself off as a wizard once he got near the wizarding community.
Yeah. Well, you know, the villain still needs punishment. Always.
No, I totally think his punishment is kidnap the kid. And the kid being the grown pickpocket looking for magic guy, you know, and I don't mean looking for magic as an adult. I mean as a kid. And then it's like years later, and now he sees these kids, you know, and it reminds him. I'm off to the races with this guy. But
anyways, I had a joke. Maybe it's for the adult or something later on or whatever. But the monster girl needs an assistant. What does a monster girl assistant do?
What?
Feed the troughs and shovel the shit.
Oh, that's not. I don't.
So punishment for the villain. That's what I was trying to. That was all.
Yeah, you're gonna make him Gainskeeper, or no? That's you're giving him the same position that the Squib has in Hogwarts, and I'd rather do something more fun with him. I'd rather turn this ship around and honestly give him a fifth house. I like that better. I mean, if your two options are, you know, he's the Squib that, you know, somehow or he's a fifth house somehow. I like the fifth house.
I like the fifth house too.
You know.
Actually, I'm glad you put it. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. So two things occurred to me, and one after going through all this, one that was that you mentioned earlier that you mentioned a hat.
Yeah.
And he noticed that
the hat was big enough to hold the fudging rabbit.
Right. And that, you know, the Dursley guy who should have had a name or something, but whatever, I'm happy with that. He I think you said that he noticed Xander's bag, or had Xander's, and I was like, no, there should have been. It should have. You know, you were right. I fired. You know, you should have fired me for not paying attention. I should have fired myself.
it is Xander's bag. You know,
Yeah.
Xander. You know, he noticed the Dursley guy notices the girl, the monster girl, going in and out of the magic store. We noticed that we mentioned that he was good at sleight of hand magic. We mentioned that she had gone into that store. Um, there's probably a good interaction where she's talking to the man, thinking that he's was
a wizard.
Correct, and that this is a wizarding store. Only she's trying to make sense of it, and there's a bit of funny dialogue that we can put in her mouth, and his as well. Yeah, and so when he sees the four of them again, now all four of them are going down to this store. He's used to pickpocketing things. It's a good time to
pickpocket.
Yeah, right, and he pickpockets Xander's bag. That's Hermione. That's bigger on the inside and has all these great magical books in it.
Right.
And now my man's got all these magical books, and it's that's the first rule of time travel: don't leave your cell phone behind. These people shouldn't have this stuff. Yeah, and Xander made a goof, and it's not that he cast a spell.
It's that he just left something behind.
Right. He got pickpocketed more or less,
Yeah.
And
subway train, you forget something. You
right,
don't
and the
even notice on your
dude
way
picked his
home.
moment. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you, but yeah, the guy picked his moment on the subway train, so to speak, and probably around this magic store. Grabbed the bag. Now he's got all this information. And it's not the kind of thing. It's the kind of thing that is completely below the Ministry of Magic's radar, because it's not casting a spell in public. It's not busting out your wand at a time you shouldn't have. It's that
one book or
just it's like all the good books. And it's the reason. I don't think we stated overtly, but it's the reason why. All the three of our four are, and I think it's only two of them are more or less rich kids.
Yeah.
One of them's the rich orphan. Strange is the rich orphan. The other one's like second generation money. From Victor Crumb. But headmaster kind of thing going on there. And then the French girl. We said she was rich, but she doesn't necessarily have to be rich at all. There's no reason why she's actually kind of middle classy. And now that we're down to the monster girl, who's kind of rough and tumble. She almost got painted into a picture by us to begin with, to be the poor man out.
Yeah.
You could change it up with make the French girl the poor girl out, but make her a little bit more complex, and there's two things going on with her that way. You could do that, but we did kind of set the monster girl out to be kind
the
of
poor girl,
to kind of be the broke girl, but she's got a kind of an attitude where it doesn't matter whether she's broke or not. She's kind of as we
gonna
said,
be good.
She's just rocking up. She's got the Haggard thing going on. That's it. Money's not really the
issue,
right? She's got magical items that probably worth money. It's why Crumb was chosen, as to be this headmaster guy to begin with, because we needed, and also to be a historian oriented, magic history, is because we needed him to have those books. We needed the wand maker to have access to really weird,
restricted type section
books. So if it's not the wand maker Strange that he has special dispensations, but that doesn't mean he's going to be able to carry these books around
with him.
Right, and I believe Hermione pirated the restricted section at Hogwarts.
Yes.
Right. So Crumb doesn't need to pirate anything.
No, he's got them all to his own disposal.
Right. So that's why we ended up with not only the Bruce Wayne kind of thing going on with the one kid, but it's why we have this headmaster's son, because we needed access to restricted section materials at all times, and Victor Crumb is cool, and we were able to get where we needed to by including him.
Yeah.
Well, my other note was that
probably I'd like to stick it at the beginning, but you know, it kind of blows the whole thing. So now I have to stick it here at the end, and it's that we did not paint these guys the colors of the rainbow at all. And you know, a lot of people listening might be like, man, this just this crew is just as whitewashed as Harry Potter was and doubled down on by getting rid of, what was it, Lavender or some
Yeah, we don't
the
have
real
Neville Longbottom.
well, Neville. No, what I'm saying is Neville Longbottom's super white, and everybody we just described is white. You know, and you know, if you're listening to this, man, you probably don't want to hear that again. You know, and like I said, you know, Harry Potter, the casting director unnecessarily doubled down on scrubbing everybody. It was pretty disgusting, really. So, you know, unfortunately, you know, we kind of gave everybody the faces that we're used to. You know, and if you're listening at home, feel free to please repaint everybody however you like it. Do whatever you want. You know, it's your story too. You were hanging out with us. You're one of our buddies.
Yeah.
That was it.
Of making her redhead Irish.
Well, the monster girl. Actually, what's funny is I tend to think that the French girl, if I do start repainting everybody's looks, I tend to think that the French girl is a very tall, exiguous black girl. You know, very easily somehow.
That's not bad.
I tend to, also it occurs to me that the Strange, he could be Arab or Indian, like
Arab's not bad.
like from India.
I like him Arab more than Indian.
Whoever, you know, Monsters Girl's gotta be kind of a thick, rough and tumble girl. Any way you slice it, you know.
Yeah. Thick boned.
Right. Yeah. A Mongolian girl, you know. Like,
Mongolian.
right,
That
you know,
might
they tend to kind of be tough people. So anyway, yeah.
So I still don't think we're good because we still need to talk about the ores, which I want to just really point out. There's ores in this world. Like what? Very hardcore specifically. Everyone wants to be Harry Potter. So there's fudging ores. We have...
Because Harry Potter wants to be an Auror, so everybody wants to be Harry Potter, who's an Auror, so there's like an unprecedented amount of cops, is what you're getting at.
Yeah, and you know, I like what you had mentioned, you know, the king. Harry Potter's always calling Strange is always calling Harry Potter the king.
Yeah, because
nobody really understands it.
Yeah, it's weird and sarcastic, and you know, I just thought it was funny for it to have one character just, yeah, we should have a king. You know, you gotta have a king. You know, it's like the American Gods thing. You know.
Yeah. And he's always calling Harry Potter king. He's not, but
yes,
he might as well be.
That's fun.
And it's fun to work with. And, you know, I'm just looking at this and thinking about this, and as a producer, I'm just sitting there. You mentioned at the beginning the Vorpal blade, and just dropped it. What the fudge is, as a producer, and I'm making this, and I'm going through, and I get all the way to the end, and I'm thinking to myself, what about the goddamn Vorpal blade? What are we supposed to do with that?
Well, I did mention, you know, like some special object or something like that, and you always have to follow your own logic that you set up, you know, and you know, I guess you're saying that the logic that we've already established is that the Vorpal blade that we were talking about at the very beginning, that, you know, where he cuts off the Dementor's cloak with it. That, you know, where'd that come from? So, you know, I get that, and it's Chekhov's gun. You know, if I see it in Act 1, it better go off by the end of Act 2. I think he says. Yeah, and then we also we mentioned going down in the basement of Bow Bottoms, and
the Bow Bottoms, and yeah,
there was we made some mention of there being we made some discussion of the rings,
the Narnia rings, which
and related to the not Slytherin, but the Voldemort family ring, and
You know, I could do a whole spectrum color, and I thought of one. It mostly involves just messing with the Narnia theme, which I don't.
We don't want to steal many Narnia, but
Yeah,
just have them be, you know.
So I feel pretty inclined to like not do that. But as far as the Vorpal Blade goes, you know, that's still doable. Especially, okay, so you have to put it at the beginning.
You definitely.
And it definitely cuts off a piece of the Dementor's cloak. And why I said that is, if you think about what it is, it's the Vorpal Blade is what Alice uses to fight the Jabberwock.
Yeah, the Jabberwocky blade.
Right, and you know, the details of it is that it goes snicker snack, and a lot of depictions of it are some large butcher knife or some such. Okay, that's okay. So it looks like a butcher's knife, big butcher's knife. I can work with that. Why would it cut off a Dementor's cloak? That's
super magical.
Yeah, that's not gonna work. So what I think the deal is that it's like the wand. Okay, so you cut off a piece of the Dementor's cloak, and it makes a core.
Right.
And it makes a core that eats. So wouldn't okay, so the Vorpal Blade kills the Jabberwock. Now we know that the Jabberwock is an evil creature.
Yes.
Okay, so it occurs to me that you can't have a physical knife cut a magical vaporous creature.
Sure.
And that's like in Final Fantasy VII. That's why you need to cast spells on it, because physical attacks don't work against magical creatures. It's like a D&D thing.
Right.
But the Vorpal Blade kills the Jabberwock.
Meaning it is magical.
Meaning it can kill. Meaning
it can kill evil.
Exactly, and that's the point. Is that it has an effect on evil, magical beings of form.
Right.
You know, so it to me, just the idea of a Vorpal Blade means that you know it could like cut a shadow creature.
Okay.
You know, it cuts a creature of evil. It cuts a creature of magic. It cuts the Dementor's cloak, and that's why it was a quick go-to. You know, I don't know, he has the Vorpal Blade or something like that. But that's useful. That's useful. If you can cut magical evil, right? And we know that we discussed this, the unending curse, right?
Yeah.
So okay.
It's like the one prophecy of it's the new prophecy.
Right. So if you... So I have this image where the Vorpal Blade. All right, you know how there's the three fates from Greek mythology, right? And they weave, you know,
they weave the fate of life.
Yeah, the thread of fate, right? So you got the three fates.
And
they read that. So that's
they cut them.
That's essentially what.
And they can cut them.
Do they? So that's what I'm getting at. Okay, so you have three braids essentially, because there's three fates, right? So then you add, and the braid goes on and on and on and on and on. So that's the infinity nature of fate, and that's the way fate works. Is that one thing happens, and then the weave. It's all part of the weave, and it just and it's tied in forever, right? So that's what the unending curse would be. It would almost be like a fourth braid. A dark braid.
That's in there.
In the line
stopping magic.
Well, it just keeps going down. Yeah, that's why it's the unending curse. It just keeps going down the braid, and its purpose is to prohibit magic. And in the casting of it, I almost feel like one shoots a ball of light forward.
Okay.
From the hand. Let's just for example, as a metaphor, one shoots a ball of light forward, and there's almost like this cone effect of shadow behind them.
Okay.
Right, and so maybe this is why the casting of the unending curse left some magical families. You know, it left the user who was casting it as he was casting it.
Yeah.
Untouched. It left.
That's why there's the pure blood.
There's a bit of that's what I'm saying. There's a bit of a wake in the shadow, and it leaves behind some wizards and the wizarding world. But the percentage is
So little.
right. Like it hit like 95% of the room, essentially whatever the ratio of wizards to non-wizards is. Right, and so and it just keeps going down the threads of fate.
Yep, and until there's eventually going to be nobody.
Well, I
Or,
just
you know.
I just think that this it is what
It's
it
just going
is,
to keep going like
and
that.
it just keeps going. That's right. It's the unending curse. It perpetuates down the threads of fate. That's how strong it is. It's tied to
In
the
the-
three threads of existence itself,
Right.
and it just travels with it. Now that's an unending curse. Now that's my quick extrapolation, but it makes sense now. Now the Vorpal Blade makes sense because the Vorpal Blade cuts evil, not good, evil. So so it seems to me that probably this squib that's such a pain in the butt, maybe he does get the boot, maybe the Vorpal Blade was in the bag.
Right?
The bag that gets stolen from Xander by the
squib.
the squib, the Dursley guy.
Yeah.
And it occurs to me that the magic shop is his. Of course it's his. We set it up to be his. And as I said earlier, you have to follow your own logic.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I said this. Okay, so
I like the magic shop.
right, and it's easy to give somebody the as you said, the stole it on the subway kind of a thing, here, take your, especially with four people.
Right.
With him included 5 involved. Here, you take this bag, and you take, oh wait, no, that's his bag, and this is your bag, and I got all mixed up, and oh no, I put your bag in that, and he, and then he pulls it back out, and this whole switch.
Yeah,
Right.
switcheroo cons.
Right, and he ends up with Xander's bag, and maybe the Vorpal Blade. I'm just spitballing. Here.
Yeah, no.
Is in that
Inside
bag.
that bag.
Yeah. And God, now that I mentioned something about being in the basement of Bow Bottoms, I'm starting to feel like it isn't. I'm starting to feel like it's actually in and just to give it some more, it's in the pirate. It's in the pirate ship.
Pirate ship.
Right.
Yeah, that gives
Right,
the pirate
wouldn't it?
ship a little bit more.
And wouldn't there be a pirate with some weird
There would.
ancient, like hard ancient knife? And I think what's going on with the Vorpal Blade is that it's got a core like the Dementor core. It's a knife rather than a wand. It's something you can actually use to cut, but it's this magical item. It would be the mirror, more or less, of the Gryffindor sword.
I was just thinking that. And I was thinking Karkaroff should, hint to him about it.
Right. It's like right, exactly. That's what I was thinking. Karkaroff's the wand maker. And if the Vorpal Blade did have this negative core, like the Dementor core, and maybe that's even how the kid gets to it. I heard there was a mythical object, with the core of a sheet of darkness, sheet of evil, and that could be wrapped up in the prophecy too, blah blah blah, and backwards engineer from your very. You would have to backwards engineer the prophecy from the very end. But the Vorpal Blade is fine.
Right.
Especially if it's got a magical core, because then it's a wand. It's actually a wand inside
And that works for a wand maker guy, and gives him ideas.
It does give him ideas, and maybe even the very existence of it gives him the idea of going to use it. And that's why he gets permission to use it, because, Kakarov hinted, Crumb, the headmaster, allows him down into the bowels.
Right.
Maybe at Kakarov's, tells him no, but then he gets a note yes.
Yes, from Karkaroff. Yeah.
No, gets a note from Crumb. Yeah, but it's at Kakarov's, after maybe the second conversation, that's after the second conversation, kind of a thing. Now he gets to go down into the bowels of the ship, or, all the way up in the crow's nest or something like that.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like the last thing out of the top of the mast. It's just stuck in it, right at the tip of the point,
There might even be a chunk missing, and you gotta.
Right, and once again, there should be runes all around it. I like the idea of there being runes on really ancient, hard structures, sword in the stone type thing. In fact, it would be a kind of a sword in the stone at that rate.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
like the
vorpal
older
blade.
it is, the more Rooney it is, I guess.
That's true. That's
You know?
cool. And the Vorpal Blade, yeah, like so. As I said, I feel like it's got a core. It's got the ability to eat darkness, just like a wand
Can
can eat darkness. And we were mentioning earlier the whole sword, wand, cup thing. So this is kind of cool. You know, maybe there's two that are sort of negative, two that are positive.
right.
You know, and I think that the Vorpal Blade, if you, it seems to me that I have this image that you take the Vorpal Blade and you just use the sideways, you know, the flat of the blade.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's the squib doing it even. You know, somehow the
Okay.
squib got the boot.
But he got the blade.
But he got the, yeah, but like he got away with the blade. And somehow they maybe used the booth or something like that and kicked him into question markville.
Right?
And, you know,
Now he has the books and the blade.
I think they get the books back from him at that point, but he gets away with the blade.
He should get away with a
But they
book
don't, I don't think
that
they,
tells him about the fates.
maybe it's a Magical Worlds book.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And, yeah, so he gets lost for, you know, and so it's actually up to him in the end.
That's what I was
And
thinking.
I guess it would be the kid at that point, but you can write it differently. But at that point, it would be the kids that get him to the Vorpal Blade, get him into the thing, and it ends up being this no match essentially
that ends up.
that ends up near the threads of fate with this thing. And somehow I picture like this very like real cool looking yarn. That's, you know, it's got like Tinkerbell dust coming off of it, and it's in this like stream of light, and somehow like Father Time, it's like in his.
Yeah.
I don't know, like the fates and Father, you know, like they're all
connected.
right. You know, the threads of fate are have something to do with Father Time's dealy.
Yeah.
And I
Threads of
picture-
fate are maybe Father Time's beard.
I feel like it's the castle of Father Time. Now that I'm talking about it,
Okay.
I feel like the castle of Father Time just keeps going on and on,
The-
like the threads of fate, like almost the threads or the I have this image where the threads of fate are they look like a dumbwaiter, you know, one of those old like little elevator things
Okay.
for drinks and whatnot, and it's just like in this castle that just runs down forever and forever, and the castle just keeps on going for infinity. I don't know. That's just my
I was thinking.
personal, and the stone is like aqua blue. But I was thinking that the if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking that you take the flat of the blade, you press it, you know, our one of the characters, all of them. Maybe it's all of them. Maybe it's more fun that way.
Okay.
Maybe it's
No, I think it should just be the one guy because it's the squib.
yeah.
'Cause that's what he wants. It's his goal, his objective is to unleash magic. It's also our main character's goal to unleash magic. So it like works that we flipped it. You know what I mean?
And that should be the reason why he's allowed back into the school, is because now he has some magic. And,
Right.
and squibs need, and you know, the new. Anyway, so it would be after he takes this blade, puts it up, and I feel like the yarns, you know, one of them's like purple, one's blue, you know, real pretty silver flecks and these real thick pieces of yarn, and then there's this nasty black thread running all through it, you know, and one blue, one aqua, one purple, something like that, you know, very girl colors,
Yeah.
you know, because the three fates are girls. And then there's just like this nasty black one running through it, and you put the and you know they're shimmering in the light and whatnot, and you take the blade and he goes to move it, and it only touches the black blade, the black thread,
Yeah.
you know, and then he just slightly turns it sideways and gets the idea to slice it through, and when it snaps, you know what I mean, he can see it all the way down the line, like I was saying, down the more or less the dumbwaiter line, something slightly different,
Yeah.
perhaps, but you definitely see in the light all the way down the line that the black thread has just kind of been like pulled by gravity completely out of the entire thing, all the way through eternity downwards.
Yeah.
You know, so I like that, and I like that use of the Vorpal Blade, that it cuts evil in the way that the wand eats evil.
Yeah.
You know. So anyway.
Okay.
So
So I think that was all great, but I wanted to mention real quick, I think as a funny joke, what would be funny is if like in the tower, the like fates were in one room, like in the middle, like in the center, their own towerish area.
Yeah.
And then at the top is, Father Time, and he's sitting in his own chair or whatever, and his beard is just flowing down, and you can like see it flow through a hole in his chamber down into like their center area, and then they're sitting there dyeing it and braiding it.
That's awesome. That's pretty hilarious.
And it's like his beard is like the tangled,
or even if he's sitting in the corner, like after it's all done, you see you can just pan upward, and it's even in the same room. And like Father Time is just like this kind of comatose dude in a chair, in like a lazy boy, and there, his beard's on the floor, and you have the three ladies, just working it.
Right. And those are the threads of fate. It turns out that it's just Father Time's beard.
Right. Totally inactive. I think that it would be a good thing to just really drill it in there that the wand maker is able to take old objects that are family objects and kind of assemble them in some sort of way that has like personal meaning.
Yeah.
And then maybe wrap it in something so like he's not out there plucking animals left and right involved in all this trade. Like he's not an adult yet. He doesn't have a shop. He's not a full business. It's not a. But one of his
can make some wands, small wands out of your.
Not even small, but like maybe if somebody, one of his buddies.
Yeah.
Or somebody at the school. Maybe
not
one of the four.
Maybe another orphan.
It just I don't know. Other members of the school he's at. You know, some other classmate. He's perhaps at Bowbottoms even is having trouble because they can't do magic effectively, and he ends up telling, look, it's
because you wand.
Right, and it's, somebody else is getting made fun of.
Like when Neville Longbottom's wand.
Exactly.
And Ron's wand.
And when he's at, exactly, so he can fix an outside, not one of the core group, but he can fix somebody else's wand, and, that maybe helps him increase his standing a little bit, and he gets a defender, and it's nice to have a defender. Besides
your main group.
Right.
It's a Seamus Finnegan.
Yeah, and that annoys me when there's only like 4 people in a world.
Yeah, it expands the world.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta have more than 2 characters in there. And it's
cool that heirlooms. Why wouldn't your heirlooms be?
Oh, totally. And if it's a magic, and that's a problem with the whole horror thing. Everybody wants to be Harry Potter. Harry Potter's an Auror. Everybody wants to be an Auror. It's too super acceptable to be, this police state everywhere, and everybody worried about, bad magical items because that's what the Aurors do. They go around and they collect
confiscate and collect all the bad items.
Right. And we mentioned earlier that this kid, that Strange's family probably owned an Illery. So there's weird items in his house
and in his family.
And a lot of the items that the police would grab wouldn't even be bad items. They'd just be questionable items.
Right.
I don't know what this does. We'll study it, catalog it, put it on a shelf in the Pentagon, in the bottom basement right next to the Ark of the Covenant. And you'll never see it again. And those are the kind of items that I think that the wand maker can make into functional wands for people, and I like the idea of the wand maker getting the idea at Crumb's school to grow staffs.
Yeah.
Very large staffs with those items in it, and I think that's actually how the staffs would actually work. Because it seems in Harry Potter they all have to have the wands.
Yeah.
Because it's almost like I don't know, a more efficient method, or the sword versus the club. The sword's an upgrade. The wand's a bit of thinner, leaner and cleaner upgrade. But I think there's some value in growing trees and having the wand maker lace items into the trunk growth as they grow. Like you said with the orange trees and whatnot. So anyway,
I think just as a fun note, now that you mentioned that, just as a fun note with the staffs. Is at the end, like Harry Potter style or whatever. At the end, him and Bo Bottom's girl, they've got their own, school and whatnot, and he's got his own wand shop in the school or whatever.
That's not bad. That's not bad. They've got their own hog's meat kind of thing.
Yeah, and so I was thinking in
He
the
retires
shop.
as Ollivander, more or less.
Yeah, and I was thinking one of his first customers, you show the grand opening and, and one of his first, show his first couple of customers, I guess, maybe kids, kids in their first year. And then it should show, like, an adult Nomaj who is now magical just a little bit now that,
Yeah, it's our dude, the creepy Dursley guy that they sent sideways, and now he's got to come back 20 years and years later. But I still think he shouldn't. I mentioned that he's older, but
Yeah.
I think it's 20 years later and he hasn't aged. He's just been wandering
the school.
Just like the nothing verse that they sent him to. He's just been wandering until he finds this Threads of Fate place. And honestly, I think the Threads of Fate place is it was in X-Men, the cartoon,
Okay.
the 90s cartoon, and Apocalypse had this place that he called the Crossroads of Time,
Okay.
and I think that phrase alone does it. He's
Crossroads of Time.
yeah, there's the world between worlds in Narnia, and I think that
The Crossroads of Time.
this Crossroads of Time is a
Another great one.
you want to give him a book and the Vorpal Blade. Okay.
Because if you give him a book, it gives him the knowledge.
Yeah, he's
of
got a
needing
map.
to-
He's got
you know
a
what
map.
I mean?
Right.
Exactly.
So I do think he should come back and he should be, another professor, and he could talk about the different realms and all that stuff, and make all kinds of weird references, and maybe his wand is the Vorpal Blade.
He
And
should be
and
Bad Eye.
Yeah, he's like, that's nice. He's your new Mad Eye, and I think his wand is the Vorpal Blade. He can't do magic with it, but maybe he can eat.
Right?
Like he can deflect a spell with it, and you know what? That's actually
A good one.
a good one, and that might even be how the Wand Maker Strange realizes that he can make the Dementor's wand, because if this thing can
Deflect.
if God, does the No-Match get it that early in the Wand Maker? It depends on when you want to give the Wand Maker the Dementor's wand, but I think you do it nice and early. I think it's nice and early,
too.
and anyway.
So real quick, his grand opening, just as for fun.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the kid casts some spells on it, and it just
It just deflected back.
it deflected, and then he gets like a good one in, and it eats it, and then he's like, wait a minute.
It might even break a wand in the deflection
I think it has to do with the
just for
Gryffindor.
fun,
Yeah, his own wand cracks or something like that.
Right.
Yeah, his own wand would break just from the spell,
Deflecting back.
deflecting back. But I think there's Gryffindor rule or sort of Gryffindor rules with it.
Okay.
The Gryffindor sword only eats whatever, only absorbs that which would make it stronger.
Yeah.
So it seems to me that anything that's not a really, really powerful spell would get deflected by this thing,
Yeah.
which doesn't make any sense because there are no auto shields in the wizarding world. But that's what that would be.
Right.
So the wand is an auto. It's an auto shield as well, but it's an eater.
Yeah, it's an eater.
And then the wand, or the
the Vorpal Blade is a shield.
It's a bit of a shield, but when it gets down to it, it'll
deflect.
It'll deflect. It can and it'll cut through because that's its property. It can eat that which makes it stronger. It'll cut that which makes it stronger.
Yeah.
And so maybe that's his object. That's the fifth column or whatever.
But I wanted to say for the as I was like
I
mentioning
apologize.
that grand opening.
Yes, sir.
I was just as a fun cameo. He gets a couple of, as I said, kid customers that come through or whatever, and then he might show an adult that's leaving the store and it's a
Well, it
big
would be the-
staff. You know what I mean? And then you
Okay.
show like a lady. And I was thinking of No Match, who's, because the threads of fate or whatever have been cut, I was saying like at the very end, you know. Threads, so like after Threads of Fate, or the unending curse has been lifted.
Right. You think there should be a no Madge walking in the magic store?
Walking into
I almost want
the
to kill
wand store.
the wand store. I almost want to kill it right there.
Okay.
You know, there's a realization that, you know, this is, you know, not a magical person at all. You know, and they're there shopping for magical items, you know.
And I was thinking, you know, she should get an umbrella and leave it at that. Because it makes it seem like she could be Mary Poppins.
That's pretty funny, but Mary Poppins is like 100 years ago. Man,
I know,
at
I'm
this
just...
point. Oh, anyway.
Yeah.
But on that note, I do like the idea that that Willy Wonka is one of the Weasley brothers, and that's why he's got half a clock and half a contract and half an office
And half a mind.
because he's missing his better half.
Yeah, and I think it's really cool that the guy gets to keep the Vorpal Blade. You know what I mean?
He gets away with a weapon against evil.
Right, and it gives him like his own like side story that you don't have to mention or not,
Right,
you
yeah.
know.
The unsaid journey of, you know, through time and
Right.
space to the crossroads of time, or however that happens.
Right, and yeah, I just thought that was really cool.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a neat unsaid story.
Well, I thought it was a bit of good writing. If when the Dursley guy gets to when the Dursley guy's in the castle,
The Castle of Time, future Father Time's castle.
right, the crossroads of time. Okay, so there was kind of two things to note there, and one was that it's kind of the idea. It's kind of a neat idea if the Dursley guy is kind of a almost like a hologram.
Oh yeah, like he's ethereal.
Right, and so it's the castle that's more real than
Than he is, because he's in the crossroads basically.
yeah. He's in the crossroads of time, so he's essentially a ghost, substantial existence wise compared to this place, and compared to
the things that are in it.
Right. So when he gets to the thread,
The threads of fate.
fate, right? If he were to stick his hand up to it, it wouldn't be that the thread of fate, his hand goes through the thread. It's that the thread goes through his hand,
Right.
and that and so he would look at his hands and see that his hands aren't as substantial. He can see through them.
Yeah.
And the Vorpal blade.
Vorpal blade.
He would be able to see through the Vorpal blade, but not where the Vorpal blade's
cut.
where the core is. So it's got this sheet of darkness that's folded over and in the metal.
Yeah.
Folded into the metal, like
So the magic is still there.
and the contents of the Vorpal blade in my head are just as solid as the castle,
Yeah.
but the metal of the Vorpal blade isn't.
Right.
It's from a lesser world.
Whereas the magic,
The magic is stronger, right? And so his hand would go through the thread of fate because the thread of fate is what's solid, and his hand
is not.
right, exactly. And so if he and possibly even, if the fates were to look at him, like they would barely see him, he'd be like,
A ghost.
and in this environment, it seems to me that if you open up the book, whatever the Book of Magical Worlds,
Yeah.
that he's probably putting little notes into, or has little notes from his random journeys.
Travel.
The spells, any spells that are in that book, the print is also solid.
Okay. Yeah, because the print would be magical.
Right. So there's all that, and then the second thing I thought to note was that the the reason why the thread of fate goes downwards, and when he cuts it, the black piece of yarn, the unending curse, gets pulled down from some depths, all the way from where it's at, through the thread. It just gets completely pulled out by gravity. The reason why I set it up like that, if you were to think about that thread a lot, your first impulse is to want to put it backwards. But it makes sense the way I said it, because the fates threaded the future a long time ago.
Yes.
And they're always constantly threading the present. So the fates really have nothing to do with the past. They threaded the future from the beginning, worked their way backwards, and are just constantly working.
The past is still behind.
They're constantly working on the present out of Father Time's beard, and so as far as past and future, the rope of fate, that's all the future that's way down the infinity distance to the bottom of, this President Business-like tower, this aqua stone castle, as I described it. So anyway, I thought it was a bit of nice writing that the castle itself was more real than the Dursley guy, and that the Vorpal blade, its contents are solid, and it might be just this piece of dark cloth or whatever,
or metal,
but it's pressed in there, and
so that it's magical,
and it will cut. It's part of that environment. It just only cuts evil.
Right. And the unending curse is evil, so.
Right.
So the Bow Bottoms girl, she's French, so of course she's got this snotty attitude, and like all French people, she enjoys cooking, and she enjoys her food. It's like the other day in the transporter, French people.
Yeah, they're culinary experts, and they like the refined, the very exquisite, So I hear you. So the Bow Bottoms girl.
The Bow Bottoms girl
should have a penchant for fine cooking.
For fine cooking, for culinary. Yeah, and so like one of the spells that she would cook up or make up would be to have like in Young Sherlock, when the all the pastries come to life,
right.
Like a gingerbread man, and
which was a creepy scene,
right?
But
you make it fun.
You could do it, especially if you approach it from like a let's go out to the movies, let's go out to the and you could have them come to life with little eyes and mouths and dance. It'd be pretty fun, but before it got creepy like Young Sherlock, you'd have to all kind of like just get them to suddenly like die at like stop.
Like stop.
I don't even want to say die. That's creeping me out. Now I'm gonna eat this thing. Oh God.
Yeah.
So you could do it, and you could make it fun, and then they could just stop and the expressions go away.
And the spell could be something like inanimus or
inanimus. That's
right.
That's a good one. Stop. Animus life ing.
Right.
And the last thing I wanted to mention was that the way we set up the wand maker's strange wand. I was thinking about the knife and how it's pressed in the core. The
Vorpal blade.
Right, and how the core is pressed into there. And since this wand is an eater, not a pointer, I was thinking almost that what the wand maker would do would be to make a cone, essentially. Like that's how you would try to.
Yeah, you would cone.
Right, like whirlwind it in there. But in doing so, you would end up with like I said, the eater wand. So it would be wide end of the cone forward. So the wand would be wide end of the cone
forward, and it would be thinner.
And it would be thinner where you grab it, which retroactively makes sense why J.K. Rowling's made her wands look the way they did,
whereas they've got a nice fat handle for you to hold, and they get thinner at the point. And the reason why
It's 'cause
they're constructed that way is because the Dementor's wand, the Dark Wand, is the opposite of that. And so that makes a bit of sense. And also I was thinking about what would happen if the Dursley guy had not just the book and
the Vorpal blade.
right, but what would it look like if he had the bag, Xander's bag, in the Aqua Castle? And I was thinking, it's kind of got like an onion shape, or like a garlic. When you flip a garlic over at the grocery store, it's kind of got this dumb bag shape.
Yeah.
But it would be different. It had a dimensional differentiation in the castle compared to what it looks like normally, because it's twice, 3
times the size.
Right.
And
right.
it's it's like a little pocket dimension or
right. But that pocket dimension would be solid, and the smaller normal exterior, which the Dursley guy is still primarily interacting with. He wouldn't be interacting with the larger garlic shape, even though it's solid. He'd be interacting with the less substantial interior, and that's funny looking. But he doesn't actually have the bag. He just has the knife and the book. It was just fun to think about what the bag would look like if it was in that place. The schmaltzy ending. The schmaltzy ending where Dursley becomes a teacher.
Yeah, he becomes the headmaster.
No.
Or the fifth house.
Right. So it is a schmaltzy ending, and it is kind of this vacuous nothing add-on, but for some reason I've got to give Dursley or whatever his name should be, just this little bit of character. When we're done with him being a sneaky guy and now he's a friendly guy.
Right.
I want to put him in his classroom, and it's the first day of class, and he just starts, and he's the cheesiest guy ever, and he's got these really cheesy.
He's really studied up on trying to do this, and jazzed it.
Right. But he's terrible. So he comes out and says, "All right, class, I'm going to tell you about my journeys. It was the best of times, and it was the worst of times." They're just like, "No, stop that! Don't." All right, it was a dark and stormy night.
Right.
They're like, "No, it's awful. That's terrible. You gotta."
We were in clear and present danger.
Oh, holy crap! No, stop it! Can I transfer? There's got to be another class open. Oh God, that yarn would make a cool core. We got to stop at some point, though.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining us on The Wand Maker Strange in the Writers' Room. This has been a Crazy Town production. Thanks for hanging out with us. I'm John.
I'm Patrick.
And please feel free to give us a thumbs up, subscribe.
Support us on Patreon if you feel like it. It would help us get better video and audio quality for you guys on our podcast. Thank you. And enjoyed hanging out with you guys. Have a great day.
Bye-bye. Okay, Deadpool 2 ending. You don't go back in time and kill baby Hitler. Deadpool couldn't even kill baby Hitler. Okay? You go back in time and you just kidnap the kid. Take him 100 years to the future.
Or even to your own time.
Right, that's what I'm saying. And just put him in art school, and you're done. Call it a day. Give him a translation book for whatever the new version of German is, and you're good. So that's all that meant. Thank you very much. Happy holidays.